Welcome to day 2 of Skills Kerala Global Summit 2025. Yesterday, we witnessed powerful conversations, ideas that reminded us that the future of work is not just about technology but about human potential. And today, we build on that energy. This is not just another conclave. It is a movement to prepare Kerala's youth to be among the most future ready, skilled, and globally competitive talent pools in the world. And the voices we will hear today from policymakers, industry leaders, global experts, and visionaries will not only guide us but inspire us to reimagine what skills, opportunities, and mobility can truly mean for our state and for India. So, let's step into this day with the same passion, curiosity, and courage that the future demands of us. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to day 2 of the Skills Kerala Global Summit 2025. To build a future ready workforce, we must first understand where our talent stands today. Data driven insights are the compass that guide our policy and industry decisions. This morning, LinkedIn brings us the Kerala Talent Report, an exclusive look at the state's evolving talent landscape, emerging skills, and the opportunities ahead. We are honored to have with us Mr. Abhinav Sinha, Senior Insights Analyst, LinkedIn, and Mr. Anup Menon, Regional Director, Government and Academics, LinkedIn. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome them with a big round of applause. So please.
Good morning, everyone. Very warm welcome. Can I have the slides up here? Early morning, few technical challenges, and I'm really sorry for the delay. It's an amazing morning in Cochin, and I'm sure you all are enjoying that. Now, as a slide comes up, I'd like to firstly thank the organizers, KDISC, and everyone involved in here who's put in their heart and soul towards this event, who's been tirelessly working for a long time now, and they've been putting a lot of efforts to bring out how is it that Kerala is emerging as a leading talent landscape, not just in India, across the globe. Imagine a state where tradition meets innovation, where every street is buzzing with ambition, where the workforce is evolving even faster. What we are doing today is a complete roadmap and the talent landscape of Kerala as a state, Kerala as an organization. Introducing myself, I'm Anup. I hail from Kerala, but I operate from the Mumbai region because I manage government and academics for the entire India as a region. And what we are trying to do here is bring the concepts of early engagement with LinkedIn from a students, from a young professional, or even from the Gen Zs and the millennials and all the baby boomers who are there in the segment today. Along with me, I have Abhinav, who's actually put his heart and soul into it in creating this report. He's a is an insights analyst at LinkedIn and closely working with few of the governments across India, large corporates, and also supporting a lot of communities in understanding what is the real talent landscape. Now, here is a roadmap for today. Yeah, so what we're going to do is kind of paint a picture of Kerala's landscape, then dive into the migration trends, and then we'll explore how Kerala is skilling up for tomorrow, and finally we'll have a look at the workforce. Now, LinkedIn's mission is very simple and powerful. Create economic opportunity for every member of the global workforce. In Kerala, this vision comes alive as we connect with opportunities, helping people and business thrive in a rapidly changing world. Now, this vision also resonates with Honorable CM Sri Pinarayi Vijayan has outlined for Kerala. I quote him here: knowledge-based innovation society, achieving digital literacy and ensuring progress that includes everyone. In fact, Kerala was the first state in India to declare digital literacy as a basic right and aiming to make every citizen digitally empowered. At its core, his message is about building an inclusive, future ready economy where skill and digital empowerment are the foundation of opportunities. Now, what you see here is the complete landscape of LinkedIn across the globe. As we position India to assist with that mission, let me tell you that India is already moving at a very large scale, large, what do you call it, at a speed which is not even imaginable right now. If you look at it, 6 out of 10 members in Asia Pacific come from India. And Kerala, it's riding its own wave with its own unique story and growth and transformation. Now, yesterday we had Mr. Kumaresh come over and talk about how LinkedIn is being projected across the globe. Now, what you see here is more like a Google Map approach for every member of the global workforce. This is a map which gives you the direction, in which we are able to connect every individual, every company, how the skills are evolving. The graph is like a living map of the global workforce. We're trying to track 70 million companies, 42 million skills, and totally we have 161 million members across India today. This data helps us to spot trends, skill shifts, and new opportunities real time. Now, here comes the minuter data of Kerala, what we're going to talk about today. Kerala now ranks ninth in India for LinkedIn member base, with a staggering 172% growth in the last 5 years, which is phenomenal. That's just not statistics, it's a sign of ambition and adaptability. Think of a student, professional, and entrepreneur who's joined this digital workforce, each bringing their own dreams and skills together. Nearly 40% of Kerala's talent is concentrated in few regions, like you see here. It's Kozhikode, Thrissur, Cochin, Trivandrum, and this is not all, so the kind of booming talent which is here, for example, if you look at the growth which we are seeing in the software engineering space, 61,000 software engineers. The top roles being obviously software engineer, accountants, teachers, assistant managers, leading employers like TCS, ENY, Cognizant, Infosys, and many more. With Kochi known as the Queen of Arabian Sea, is also Kerala's IT and financial hub, hosting major tech parks and multinational companies. Now, what you see here is the minuter details which we can go even further. With the finance professionals over 127,000 strong and thriving in Kochi, Kozhikode, and Trivandrum, but new out of sight growth hubs are emerging. For example, if you look closely, you'll see names like Pyramid, Iratupeta, Ala are seeing double digit growths in finance jobs. For software engineers, there are places like Meenanchal, Irinalakuda, Manjeri are the new hub spots. Finance and sales growth hubs, for example, Pala. Strong cooperative banking tradition has come out really evidently from these regions. If you've known of Pala Central Bank, founded in 1929, which grew so influential that it handled nearly 2% of the entire banking business in the 1960s. Software hubs, financial, for example, local engineering colleges and remote work anchor the IT talent. Irnalakuda, education hub feeding like Trishur, expanding its IT find base. If you examine the real DNA of Kerala's workforce, which gives us a valuable insight into the talent landscape, understanding the demographics, this is crucial for business and policy makers. Now look at the education level here. If you look closely, we see a strong foundation of the higher education here. 59% of professionals hold a bachelor degree, forming the backbone of our workforce. Additionally, 25% pursuing master's degree, showing a commitment to advanced education. We also have 12% with MBA, indicating a business and management pool. In terms of professional sectors, sales lead the way at 14%, highlighting Kerala's strong commercial orientation. Engineering follows closely at 9%. Education and academics at 8% rounds out the top three, showcasing a balanced workforce across functions. On the gender representation, it is also much higher than the India average. Representation we see is 73% male to 37% female split. I don't know if anyone knows what's the India thing. I think India is at 30%, which means 37 makes it a very good number to have. The demographic DNA paints a picture of a well educated, experienced workforce with strong emphasis on sales and engineering. The high promotion of mid and senior level professionals suggests a wealth of expertise while also indicating a need for strategies to attract and retain the talent. We're going a little more deeper now, okay, in terms of the migration trends. What I'm going to do right now is I'm going to invite my colleague Abhinav, who will take you through the remaining part, and this is going to get more interesting, guys. Yeah, hold on. Please welcome Abhinav.
Thank you, Anu. That was something. And thank you so much, everyone, for inviting us on this gracious stage and allowing us to share our perspective with you. Now, what I'm here to speak about is Kerala's story. It isn't just about those who stay, it's also about those who return. Many professionals actually come back for local opportunities, entrepreneurship, and a better work life balance. And in fact, Kerala's startup ecosystem is among the fastest growing in India, with over 3,000 registered startups as of 2024. Kerala has one of the highest rates of international migration in India, with a large diaspora contributing to its global activity. Now, if we look at those migration increments, in the last 1 year, 39,000 people actually moved in globally and regionally within Kerala. Now, 52% of the global migration inflow comes from UAE alone, while Karnataka leads the regional migration. Now, Kerala's talent pool is actually enriched by both global returnees and domestic movers. So, while global migration brings founders, civil and mechanical engineers, and business professionals, regional migration brings tech talent, especially software engineers from other Indian states. This blend is powering Kerala's startup growth and service sector expansion. Now, let's look at the contrast between global and regional. Global journeys actually strengthen Kerala's business backbone. Accounting, purchasing, entrepreneurship, domestic arrivals that fuel innovation. And then there are domestic arrivals that actually fuel innovation, research, road management, education, engineering. Kerala, I think it's a place where global and regional talent meet, collaborate, and compete. And let's just look at Kerala's growth is powered by two skill streams. Global returnees reinforce business and finance, while domestic movers fuel technical growth. Think of data structures, AI, IoT, and creative writing. Together, they create a complementary talent pool for startups and established companies alike. So that's one part of it. With the skills coming in through migration and flow. But there's another aspect, how skills are actually growing. It's let's look at that other aspect. And this other aspect is actually learning, upskill. Kerala has implemented several upskilling programs that are aimed at enhancing job opportunities for residents, professionals, and students alike. For instance, the Kerala Knowledge Economy Mission. It aims to create a skilled workforce by imparting digital skills. Now, it shows a significant increase in the number of people that are enrolled in these programs, leading to a better employability and economic growth. But then the question, why we are pushing so much for upskilling? Why is it happening though? Well, according to World Economic Forum, by 2030, 39% of core job skills will change or become outdated. What are the drivers? Well, of course, technological disruption, green transition, and of course, not last but not the least, artificial intelligence. Today, skills matter as much as degrees, if not more. Agility, adaptability, and continuous learning with skills are the new currency of the world. Kerala's Finance Minister, Honorable K.N. Gopal, echoes this perfectly. He points out that the state's focus is on nurturing generation of professionals who are not just knowledgeable, but also adaptive and globally competitive. When we think of 2020 as a year, right now, there are two tenets of learning. One, of course, is university education, others is self-paced learning. In today's dynamic job market, the intersection of formal education and self-paced learning creates agile job depth. And this is exactly what KD is learning is working towards. We are helping many students get master advanced skills like AI, Python, and some management skills like project management and other specialized industries that you see on the screen right here. But if we look at overall learning in Kerala, in the last 2 years, the learning hours and the learning have doubled. This is the Indian learning data. The focus has primarily been on AI, financial skills, healthcare analytics, and digital marketing. We have seen the skills come, have seen the, but what does it really lead to? It leads to a skills revolution and the skills that used to be yesterday, they might not be the same today. That's exactly what has happened with Kerala as well. If you look in contrast from 20 to 2025, Kerala's skills landscape is shifting from legacy tech to analytics, finance, and modern development. Analytical skills, data analysis, and financial acumen are rising. HR, digital marketing, social media are now essential. Let's look at the skill journeys of Kerala. Like I said, the skills yesterday are not the skills that you might need today. And that is evident when we look at the skills journey in Kerala right here. You could see some of the skills growing and taking a great pace, such as Python, and some skills are actually depreciating trajectory in just a matter of 5 years. So that looking at how Kerala's workforce is actually aligned with India's top hiring sectors. We see a good alignment with IT, finance, healthcare, manufacturing, and there are untapped opportunities in biotech, automation, and advanced analytics. The future is bright for those who are ready to see. And according to Dr. K.M. Abraham, sir, today, as we transition into a knowledge-driven economy, that early vision of proactive skilling gives Kerala a competitive edge. The state's greatest investment is its people, and the returns from that investment are only beginning to show. As Peter Drucker once said, the best way to predict the future is to create it. To sum up, Kerala's workforce is entering a new strategic phase. Rapid growth, strong diversity, and a blend of global and domestic talent that are driving progress. Upskilling is revolutionizing employability, and Kerala is now positioned for the future. Again, Kerala's true glory has always been its people. This is the state that actually became the first in India to achieve 100% literacy in 1991, with every village turned into a classroom that led to this literacy revolution. And while we were actually working on this report, we came across a touching detail in the research. Do we know that the libraries in Kerala still outnumber cinema halls with 24 libraries per 1 lakh people? In fact, 25% of libraries in India are in Kerala, 9,500. And let me tell you a story about a tiny local panchayat in Kerala. It has a population of around 30,000, 30,000. It's called Mayyi, Mayyi. It's in Kannur district. So, Mayil in Kannur district has 35 library production learning centers. 35, 35. That's one per square kilometer, making Mayil India's first fully digitized panchayat. And I think that's the quiet love for learning. That is what makes Kerala's legacy unique and driven from progress. So, welcome to Kerala, God's own country, built on learning, powered by people, and ready for the world. Thank you, Amazon.
Thank you, sir. It was indeed an insightful presentation. I now invite the speakers on the stage for receiving the mementos, and I invite Ms. Nidia, Project Manager, KDIS, to present the mementos to the speakers. I invite Mr. Abhinav and Mr. Anup onto the stage. Thank you once again. The world is in the middle of a technological revolution. Artificial intelligence, automation, and digital innovation are not just reshaping industries, they are redefining the very idea of work. How do we prepare for jobs that don't exist yet? How do we ensure that our workforce doesn't just keep pace but leads this transformation? This distinguished panel will shed light on advancements in technology and the evolving skill landscape and how we must prepare for the jobs of tomorrow. The panelists for today's discussion are Dr. VP Joy, Senior Executive Vice President, Reliance Industries, Ms. Lata R, Program Director, IBM, and Mr. Sumit Bhatia, Chief Principal Strategist, Author, and People Leader, Marsh McLennan. The session will be started by Mr. Riji Endar, Head Knowledge Office, ICT Academy of Kerala, and is hosted by ICT Academy of Kerala. I welcome the panel onto the stage. Handing over the session to Mr. Riji. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. So thank you so much for the introduction. So my role here is to set the context and then have a discussion with the panel. Let me start with an incident that happened 15 years back. It's actually the graduation ceremony of a B school, one of the famous B schools in India. The keynote speaker was addressing the audience, and after that, he opened the forum for discussion. And one question came. The question was very simple. From going to be graduated youth, the person asked, you are a person, so to the panelists, we asked, like, you have 30 years of experience and leading one of the agencies in the world. And we are going to be graduates, right? Going to pass out from the campus. What is the difference between you and us? Very simple question asked by one of the graduating youth. And this person thought for a while and said, I think that I am asking you to prepare a project document that comprises of 30 pages, submitting to me, I could able to reproduce that 30-page document into a single page document without losing any of the essence of that 30-page document. That is what 30 years of experience is. This he said in 2010. So right now, when we sit here and looking at the definition of the experience that he created, a machine can even do the same thing and even better. So the experience what she defined 10 years back should be defined. The skill that is needed these days has to be evolved, and even the job opportunities or the jobs that we're talking about yesterday's has to be redefined. So what we have here is the eminent personality. It's a perfect mix, like two-person from the industry, one from the academia, and also when we put together the experiences of all the three people, it is 100 years on offer. Okay? Let me start with a big round of applause to the panel members. So welcome everyone. So let me sit with the panel and then start the interaction. And before that, I wanted to give some input about the audience back to the panelists so that we can customize the talk accordingly. So can you play the survey question? All of you, please take your mobile phone and scan. You can't scan if you're sitting in the back. Go to this website, slido.com, and it asks for a 7-digit number, which is displayed here. And this is just giving you, okay, you can go. Yeah. So can someone handle some mics? Yeah. That's good. One point. So you can vote now. Yeah, we got close to 40 responses, and out of which 30% of you are from academia, and we have a good participation from the corporate side as well, and have a mix like equal from academia, like graduate students as well as other. So some idea about
That's
the
a good mix. Yeah.
yeah, okay, let's start. Like start from first of all, I give you we run this panel discussion in four segments. Like the first segment is you already introduced the panel members. The panel members also speak something more about their current role, and then talk about segment is mainly on the changes that is happening in the industry, like the person like this particular discussion is mainly focusing on and that's changes in the skill landscape as well as the technology disruption happening as well as the job opportunities. So that all the panel members will be speaking about their experience with this changing technology changes. The second round, we will be focusing mainly on the segment focusing mainly on skills, which are skills that is needed, and panel members will be sharing their perspective. And coming to the third segment, Kerala specifically will be here and elaborating on opportunities in Kerala, and then what are the kind of collaboration that is needed in this particular hour to cater these opportunities, especially to meet the requirement. Finally, most important, and we expect questions from your side as well. It's going to be the structure. Shall we start? So let me start from Leta. Leta is a program director with IBM, and February 2026 is going to be a very special for Leta. She's going to complete 30 years with IBM. Advanced congratulations. 30 years in IT, in one company in IT is a unique thing. First of all, I would like to know the factor.
It is not with all the ABC details and all the factors I have. So, talking about my journey, the only thing that can get me about an organization is something that questions my integrity. So far, that has not happened in IBM. So, I say, what keeps me going day in, day out? I like challenges most of the times. I like to work in a very tough environment because that is what's given me a lot of learning and helped me grow in the organization and grow myself as a person. So every 2 years, I would pick up something very, very new and would start. Now, talking about the out, now every 2 years, I keep changing my job, but the outcomes. The outcomes I can still think of more than 800 clients within India and globally that I have met. I have met all the partners and worked with them to develop solutions not only in India but across the globe, like Infosys, Caption, Wipro. I have done many projects with the system integrators. And talk about the government, and it's not a single state government I have worked with. Like we talk about even in the Northeast, I have been in the government of Assam. I have even traveled to Bangladesh and transformed their entire pension system. And I have worked with NIC in the National Informatic influence many technology adoptions. And if you look at overall as a person, the amount of yoga that I was able to influence being an IBMer, introducing AI in CBSE, and mentoring so many students Atal Innovation who are successful entrepreneurs. I have more than 250 sandbox startups that I mentor with, and it is endless. And today, my job role is expanding the software development centers, innovation centers across in India, in tier 3 cities. I am very successful in that category, I should tell you. 2 years ago, I was not confident. I will set up a development center in coaching 500 software engineers. Today, we have more than 2,700 software engineers in Kerala.
Good.
What are they doing out of Kerala? They are the ones who are creating the next generation product for IBM for the world. So there is Not a single application in the world doesn't have IBM in it. And that's happening from Kerala. So kudos to all of you.
But follow up, you mentioned your current role. So how you see the technological changes that is happening, IBM perspective?
See, technological changes will continue to happen because I know when I started, there was nothing but a computer, and then so many technological changes have happened in the journey. Today, if you talk about everybody is saying about artificial intelligence, then they're talking about generative AI. Now I am looking at agentic AI. I recently inaugurated agentic AI Innovation Center in Bangalore. Last year, November 12th, I inaugurated the Innovation Center, Generative AI Innovation Center for Kochi, Two Towers. So what are we doing here in artificial intelligence? Is maybe everybody is saying that there will be so much automation that will take away the jobs. That's the first thing everybody talks about. It is not at all that. The only way it is happening is the way we are going to work is going to be far more on a critical thinking and far more complex problems that we need to solve. All I can see that's happening in these innovation centers that we're setting up for technology adoption is about solving the most complex problems. And that's going to help human values have to come back. That means you create a technology that's going to take away the bias. It's not anymore that the technology is for those who are rich. Today, technology is available for everyone. Like we are talking about UPI, any user can do it. Even a child can operate a payment gateway. Even a child can be employed if the person is innovative and really advanced. So that is how the innovation centers are happening, and that's how the technology influence is also happening. That use all this technology to remove the bias and democratize technology.
Okay, thank you. So, any student sitting here enrolled to be in arts and science one year multiple. We come to another 30, like so Joy. So Joy is actually a banker turned into an academician. We should say that an educational leader. He's right now, he spent 15 years with Federal Bank in the banking segment and then moved to academia, working with the Reliance as a senior. So from your perspective, not only academic, we have considered like especially in technological adoption, academic is lagging behind. So from your perspective, how do you see that the technological changes that is happening now from your current role? So tell something about your current role and then how you see technology.
Yeah. Thank you, Raji, and thank you all the fellow panelists, and good morning, everyone. My current role is primarily on educational changes of Reliance, more specifically, I started 45 years ago, actually 49 years ago, into a skilling program. That's why I'm so excited to be part of this panel discussion. As Raji mentioned, I was a banker. I was at Federal Bank. Federal Bank had a unique program called a skilling program in economic business practice. So after my class 10, from a rural school, I joined Federal Bank as a apprentice at the age of 16. We had a very tough program, morning and evening attending classes, and at that time going to the bank office to get hands-on training. Not many people can think about that. This was the vision of our the founder chairman of Federal Bank, Mr. KP Horvis. But the skilling, half a century. Of course, I worked in Federal Bank for about 14 years. I pivoted into higher education first, purely out of passion. I was with ICF University. I did a very background in education, and I was the national head of promotion and marketing. 7 years. I've gone around the entire country. I've seen, interacted with so many engineering colleges, business schools, degree colleges. I could interact with so many professionals as part of my job. So that gave me a good flavor of the education ecosystem in our country. Then I joined Reliance about 25 years ago. Some people can ask, about the story behind this longevity. So first I started a university project. We started an ICT university project offering MTech and PhD programs. After that, again, I pivoted into school education. And within school education, international schools, CBSE schools, state board schools, and all, so quite diverse. So this was my journey. And yeah, so there are some comments that we will come to that later. So currently, I do a lot of work in the school education space in terms of policy formulation, process, systems, digitalization, academics, administration, all across. So I kind of anchor, support, oversee on a 360-degree way all aspects of starting a school, running a school, and then taking the schools to different levels of excellence. So that's briefly about my current.
Thank you. So I think most of people agree that banking is one sector that adopts technology faster than any other. So, the bank and you are sharing that kind of experience. Good, sir. So Sumit is a very popular name in India, one of HR leaders in the country. Currently, is a strategic person, people strategist with Mercer. So, would like to know from you about your current role and a bit about the technology. You are a technologist, not HR person. So, how do you see the technological changes from the other industry?
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for the invitation for this panel, and glad to be part of this panel with such esteemed panelists and experience that's sitting in the dais with me, right? So, as Reggie was mentioning, I'm a technologist to start with. I was an engineer, did software engineering, and was first one third of my career has been in technology, and then I pivoted into HR. I think that itself is how we are looking at roles right now. It's each role is getting defined or divided into multiple skills, and you are pivoting into your top skills and trying to do multiple things. And that's probably the pivot that happened with me as well. Is when I was looking at my own career, I found that certain skills were more relevant for me and more passionate for me, and that's where I pivoted into HR core as people related skills, and those were the things that I was more inclined towards. I am at this point very happy that it's again pivoting into a mix of people and technology. Right, technology is becoming more like a central aspect of everything that we do. In my current role, I'm part of an organization called Marsh McLennan. It's a global organization, almost 100,000 employees in the world. We are into risk advisory, professional services, consulting, and everything around that. Four major organizations: Marsh, Insurance Broking, Mercer Consulting, Guy Carpenter, and Oliver Wyman. I am leading the HR for Mercer GCC group, and I think I'm in the right mix of building the HR strategy as well as thinking of future of work. And the question, right? How am I seeing this transitioning? I think what's happening is the speed of transition is currently exponential. It has never been this. I say it differently, right? The speed of change has never been this slow. That's how fast it is. And what's happening is AI and automation is currently transforming the way we work. Processes are becoming more stronger. We're trying to build in a lot more around it. That is freeing up a lot of time for us to think differently. And what organizations need now is a cultural shift. They need to start thinking differently. There is a top-down and bottoms-up approach marry together. That's how we are looking at how workforce is changing. And I think Kerala has always been at a front force or front end of a lot of these things. It's the first state in India that said internet is the basic human right. That makes it culturally so different that you're already building that kind of digital mindset. And that's where we're having a lot of organization that needs to change. It's the culture that needs to change, and not from individual perspective, but from an organization perspective.
Okay, very nice to hear. So this is an introduction as well as their view on technology. So in the next segment, we'll be talking more on the skills, especially the future skill requirement. I start from the other end, like I start to. So in one of the interviews, once an interviewer asked Saurav Ganguly a question, and who is your favorite cricketer? Then everyone was expecting what is going to be the answer. And he said, my favorite cricketer is Rahul Dravid. And everyone asked the sister. Obviously, the second question was why. He said, he's not only a good cricketer, he's a good human being. Most of the times when, especially we have a lot of faculty members of corporate sitting here, knows that core skill is one side of. On the other side, there is the human skill as well as human nature. So I start going forward by to talk about the technological disruptions and the skill requirement is also getting changed. So from the other side, the human behavioral side, what are the top one, two, three skills that you see should be required for a graduated student from an industry perspective? From a student perspective, what things that they have to focus more while they are in the campus? From an academia perspective, what all things that the faculty should be able to mentor these students so that they can easily transfer to the industry?
I think that's a very relevant question, right? And as Vito was mentioning, right, technology is one aspect of it will always keep changing. There will be some new aspects coming in. What is differentiating right now is the speed of the change and the way it is disrupting certain things. Like I was mentioning, I think we'll have to look at dividing each aspect of our job and into skills, and then say what part of that will be done by AI. Because that is a fact, right? Some of that will get automated, some of that get AI will do some things better than what we have ever been doing. So that brings us to a concept of what else we need. What we need to do is three or four things I think to make a differentiation. One is adaptability and early learning ability. That will be absolutely critical. How fast are we reskilling ourselves? How are we unlearning what we learn? How are we relearning a lot of things that we do? That's probably the topmost thing that we'll have to do. And today, the advantage that all of us have, whichever sector, whichever experience that we are in, is that learning has become very, very democratized. And it's almost free to learn anything. The revolution that we are seeing with likes of YouTube learning and everything, right? We don't need to go to specialized colleges and schools to learn. Schools will build up a good basic understanding, but you'll need to get more deeper yourself. That's one very important. So learning agility definitely one thing. The other thing that's going to be important is the emotional intelligence. So artificial intelligence is one aspect of it. We are trying to look at human intelligence or emotional intelligence, which will become more like a central theme again. Is how are we looking at empathy? How are we looking at connecting with other people? What will also change is humans will have to learn to work with AI or lead AI, right? AI will do a lot of things, but how do you lead AI? How do you work with AI? There will be, I think, in next 1 years with agentic AI is coming up so fast, we will all have to find a way how humans and machines will work together, and that will require a lot of emotional intelligence and empathy around it, right? So that probably is the second thing that I would say. I think the third is your critical thinking, your creative thinking, and coming from the background that Joy is coming, right, from bringing all the creativity together, mixing with technology, mixing a lot of things around it, building it from start, from the schooling aspects of it. I think the government is doing a lot of things around changing the way we are doing education. where an art student can learn technology, a technology student can learn art. That mix of creativity is going to be very important. So adaptability, learning intelligence, learning agility, your emotional intelligence, and creative or critical thinking.
Yeah, so I'll map it into the three segment dimension. Like for from an industry perspective, I believe that Anup, LinkedIn publishes the top skill report every year. Adaptability was one in 2024. It was the top skill from the people side. So you actually mentioned the same thing. So from an industry perspective, that is something the industry look for. The people should be adaptable. The new recruiter should be adaptable to think. And from a mentoring perspective, faculty perspective, it should be like critical thinking. You will give challenges so that the students should able to think critically and solve problems rather than jumping into solutions. That is the engineering mindset we generally talk about. And thirdly, from the student perspective, you should be empathetic. If you come up with a solution, think from the user's perspective, be empathetic, and then apply all your intelligence to solve such problems.
Yeah, the design thinking concept, as we
Concept.
call it, right? That's also important. That's the empathy bit of it. So
Yeah.
absolutely right.
Yeah. Thank you. So let me come to Lata. Okay. So from IBM is always a front runner, and especially in adopting technology. So your current role is also setting up COEs, and then you have Center of Excellences related to technology. So in your perspective, what are the top futuristic skill from the tech side, like the technology, which are the top three technology the students should spend time, the faculty should be upskilling themselves and putting their hands so that the students should be groomed properly?
Yeah, from technology perspective, it is not going to be very different from what Sumit has already said. All of Sumit said is what will be the trigger for technology. And the trigger for technology is innovation. And why will you innovate something is because you want to solve a problem. How are you going to even think a problem is the right problem to solve, or it's okay, some problems don't need to be solved? How are you going to validate that? That's when you need innovation centers where you need to bring the right set of people as well within your quorum. You always need to have a team that you're discussing. You need a stakeholder that you're discussing. Like for example, if I am discussing on an innovation that relates to academia, I might have Joy in that meeting. Joy may not be an employee, Joy may be a external stakeholder, but it is very important we have the domain knowledge, domain experienced person in the room in the innovation center to let us know whether the problem that we are thinking technologically we will solve is the right problem to solve. Probably in the innovation center, I need to solve a problem related to the HR domain, human domain, or for a people domain. Then I will invite Sumit to be a part of that conversation. So first thing you start off with a conversation. Then you come to validate the problem. With the problem, we have to brainstorm and see whether it is giving the right level of outcome, not the output. So these are two things that you have to always remember. There is something output and there is an outcome. Output is you will get the innovation done and you will have the problem solved and you will have a new application or a new skill that emerged out of it. Maybe people said we used more of Python, we used more of JavaScript, we used design thinking tools, we used lot of other tools. All of that has happened. So there is a new tools also introduced in the technology. But what is the outcome? Outcome means how many people have benefited, how many people are going to benefit out of your solution, and what will be the future of that particular problem or the technology that you're adopting. That is how you will have to think in the innovation center. It is not the output, but the outcome. Outcome is, it talks about the sphere of influence of your technology that you're introducing. You can innovate and bring a technology or an application or a solution, but that can actually drive people crazy. We can have a gaming app created that can make people go psych. Or we can create a gaming app for a senior citizen level where even people who are having less ability to operate can still have a good time in the last few days of their life. So there are different ways that you got to think about the outcomes of what you're creating in the innovation center. So that is technology. Now, talking about the skill set itself, I think even the LinkedIn presentation that I was watching, there are so many things that we talk about: data analytics, we talk about um, Python, we talk about even design is a very good skill to have, because you definitely need to worry about the user experience, because anybody who operates should not worry about the technology behind it, but you can operate it very easily. How many of you were trained to operate on Instagram or Facebook? Now that is the message that we have to carry for academic ways of teaching. The user experience or the student experience should be such that once you have introduced the subject and the topic or given them a problem to solve, it should be like Instagram. They have to independently work. So that is what we need to focus in terms of technology. It will keep changing. Tomorrow that Python will become Anaconda, right? So anything can happen. But it's about how you bring people together to build something, something that is going to have a better outcome, something that's going to help our humankind. So those are things that we have to take away. And like Sumit said, it's not about just being in the industry as an employee. You have to think like an entrepreneur. Unless you have the entrepreneurial mindset and you have emotional independence along with the intelligence, you cannot survive for long in even a company. You should be emotionally detached as well. You should be independent so that you are able to solve and focus on the problem and think about the outcome, and not get attached to a particular technical skills that I have. So I am so passionate about this. No, someday you have to let it go. Like Sumit mentioned, you have to unlearn few things. You have to let go. Then you have to go for a new thing. So those are things that you have to focus on. Problem solving, and which should have an outcome, not just an output.
Okay, great. So that's actually the skill requirement from the tech side. So it's connected. So it's technology is a tool to solve problems. So you will be
Yes.
upskilling yourself to meet or get the right skill and try to solve the problem. Thank you. So from an so coming to Joy, academia normally when we talk about a lot of reports being published on the employability, like recently Mercer and Metal published a report which shows that only 42.6 percentage is employable. Another report from suggests like it is kind of 54. Not looking at the numbers, what actually from an academia perspective, academia is feeding the talent to the industry. So what is the definition of skilled resource as far as the academia is concerned?
Thank you, Rajiv. I will take you before I get a little amplify that point. I'll take you from what Leda said and then Sumit said. Leda said learning Instagram or using Instagram has nobody would have taught you, but it has jumped. So I think skilling, when you talk about skilling, it should be second nature. It should be your second nature. That's how we should integrate, immerse into the skilling. Skilling may be formal education, skilling may be through work, learning from the workplace, and then lot of self-learning. Why I'm saying is that I'm myself a self-taught person all these years. I've been learning for formally about 60 years. Formal learning has been a kind of a marathon. It was not a sprint. As I mentioned, I have been learning while in the school, while in the college, while in working all these years. And there is, as Sumit said, there is tremendous opportunities for learning. And the LinkedIn presentation, which again was shown there, that opens the world to us, the windows to us in a big way. And most of it is free. Now we are all talking about AI. Sumit mentioned about EI, emotional intelligence. 2 years ago, I was in IIM Calcutta campus for a program, for a leadership program. So I was asking the director of the program, or mentioning to him that, along with the artificial intelligence, emotional intelligence also, important. He corrected me. He said that, Mr. Joy, EI, that is emotional intelligence, is more important than AI, artificial intelligence. I think that's a larger message that we should what would have. That's what when Sumit is mentioning about the human behavior, the human attitude, and emotional intelligence is a basket of empathy, of compassion, of respect, of humility. There are different parameters, elements. There are different parameters of emotional intelligence. So that is one. Then he mentioned about the adaptability again. I will mention about my own journey. If I pivoted across industries, across sectors, and within the organizations, across various domains, it is because of that adaptability mindset. I could have given up on various occasions. So adaptability is so very key. Now, we all of us carry some common, what you call the transferable skills. Today, most important to have as a student, as a professional, or whichever profession you are, whichever occasion you are having, transferable skills. It is your toolkit. What are the transferable skills? Maybe communication skills, maybe writing skills, maybe project management skills, maybe collaboration skills. So you need to look at that. What are those transferable skills? They also call it a meta skills or foundational capabilities. And that is industry agnostic. While I am speaking not just purely from an academic perspective, I have seen the corporate sector, I have seen the academic world and all layers. So it is very important that we have that transferable skills. That's a kit, that's a toolkit that will take you places. It is industry agnostic. And transferable skills are timeless skills that will never ever fade away. The other thing is about when you the skilling is about how do you have a multidisciplinary fluency. Yesterday I was listening to a panel discussion on creative economy. An artist should be digitally literate. An engineer should be an artist also. So there is a lot of cross-disciplinary learning, and that is critical. This is not a choice. So that multidisciplinary understanding interaction. If you look at multidisciplinary learning, all of us use mobile, right? All of us use mobile. Mobile is an excellent example of a multidisciplinary learning in production, in its usage. How many disciplines are going into producing a mobile phone? Physics, chemistry, psychology, and many. And in its use also. So multidisciplinary learning is part of our life. We don't know about that. And that's so very important. The other thing is, which again I have seen in my own ways, that the lifelong learning. I have been 3 organizations, but I'm largely looking to the youngsters who are in their colleges or in their 20s and 30s. You may be working maybe in 10 organizations before you retire. And going back in the longevity of life, you may not retire at 60. You may retire at 70 or even 80 also, which means how many jobs you will do, how many sectors, how many organizations you will be doing. So that transferable skills, that multidisciplinary fluency, and the lifelong learning, that will take you places. And that will make you world class. That will make you unbeatable. I keep telling some of my colleagues about the importance of skill. The skill should be so solid that if an elephant comes and hits you, the elephant should retreat. You should be so strong, so solid, so clear, your skill sets. An elephant will be forced to retreat. That's we are talking about the resilience. Now, when we talk about technical skills, rather than Sumit, they have been talking about a lot of technical skills. They are very important. At the same time, and we have seen through COVID, the pandemic times, how the resilience have saved us, saved lives, and how we became adaptable during the pandemic. We all got into online virtual mode. So there are various elements and should become our second nature. And when you talk about skills also, it should be specific knowledge. Some of you would have heard about the book by Naval Ravikant. He's a famous author. And, uh, and his book, he's saying about the specific knowledge, not anything generic. And all of us will have some latent talent or ability. We should build on that and we should keep on building on that one. So it's very, very important that your knowledge is specific. Specificity is key. So there is several elements of skilling, and skilling is, to my mind, based on my own journey, skilling is largely self-taught, and you can create magic. You can become a world-class student. You can become a world-class professional. You can work from Kerala. You can work for the world. Thank you.
Okay. So
Reggie,
yeah,
I think this is a
sure.
great forum, right? This is developed by or this is led by the government of Kerala, and I'm sure the entire Indian government and other governments will be looking at this and seeing a lot of these things. I'll make a request for the government to ensure that emotional intelligence is made as a mandatory subject in schools. That's how we need to make sure that that's how important it is, and that's what Joy is also saying. That's what Lada is also saying. That will be the differentiator. Let's make it mandatory in schools.
Okay, I understand that KDSK is working on curriculum building for the 8 to 10 standard students, especially on that design thinking kind of thing. I hope that these kind of topics should also be included there. Yeah, just summing up, you heard about the technology segment, you heard about adaptability, emotional intelligence, problem solving, and then resilience. So if you start something, you should stick on to it. I think I should take one or two questions from the audience on the first two segment on technology as well as skill. If you have any specific questions on skill, technology, please raise your hand and ask question. Yeah. Yes. So can anyone pass this mic? Do you need this one?
Okay, thank you, sir. My question is very simple. Is it required any special syllabus for using AI to the students? Those who want to prepare AI or create AI, they might need syllabus, especially for this, digital natives.
Can you repeat the question? Sorry, there's a lot of echo, so I'm not able to understand question properly. Can you repeat this?
Okay. Is there any special syllabus required for the students, especially those in digital natives? Just using or operating the AI tools or AI agents. For those who want to, create AI, maybe it's required a syllabus.
To create AI, to work on AI tools, to to be more adaptable towards all of this thing, the only thing that you need is good English. That's it. It has become extremely user friendly to be able to work and use a lot of AI tools. I mean, by the raise of hands, how many of you have used ChatGPT? Almost 6, 70, 80% of them. There's no background of technology, technical skills, engineering required to use ChatGPT. All you need is good English. How do you write the right prompts? How do you make it with agentic AI? I think it's becoming context writing, then prompt writing. So all of that will change. It's how you ask the right questions, how you interact. I think the new thing that will come up is a new communication skill on how do you interact with AI. That will start becoming more and more relevant. How do you talk to AI? How do you interact? How do you communicate to AI? So I think that's the basic thing required. Otherwise, I don't think currently there's no technical skills that are required, but please add.
If I may supplement what Sumit is mentioning, um, he mentioned about, if you know English, you can use AI tools. And how many of you are using ChatGPT? I think what is very important is that I'm saying my own experience that how do we optimally leverage the AI tools? ChatGPT is just one. There are many, so many are there. It's very, very important that personally in my own for maybe last 6 months or so, particularly how I have leveraged AI tools, encourage my team members to leverage AI tools and optimally use. And you can little relax. AI will do the job for you. Provided you know your purpose. You're divine for your purpose. Now earlier, prompt engineering, many of you may know that prompt engineering is very, very important. Now prompt engineering is also not very, very important. Today, if you have in a simple common sense, you can define the purpose of what you want from the AI tools. The AI tools, ChatGPT or any of the other tools, they will create a prompt for you. You can iterate that prompt. You can improve that prompt depending on your purpose, requirement. It is unbelievable. So it has become so user friendly and more options are there.
And I meant English as a language, it can be any language, right? It may not be just English at this point.
Okay. Yeah, earlier we used to say that programming languages is Python, Java. Right now, if you want to build application, you need only Malayalam, Marathi, Hindi,
Yeah,
any language.
exactly.
This prompting is needed. Thank you for that question. So let us move to the next segment.
One more.
Yeah, so take your question as well.
Good morning. I hope I'm audible.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm Sindhu Kalyakanasu. I run a corporate training and development company. I was thrilled when you spoke about emotional intelligence, empathy, and problem solving being critical skills. My question is, see, when I go and train people on emotional intelligence and empathy, common query I get is, we don't get measured on all this, on our KPIs and KRAs. But the distinguished panel members agreed these are critical skills. So how do you measure the skill sets of your employees on empathy, emotional intelligence, and problem solving?
Yeah, ma'am, I can answer that for you. Like we talked about the outcome. That's the most critical and important thing for us. Any of us going and buying a product, we really want to see the outcome of it. Did you buy a hair dryer? Did it dry your hair? It did not blow your hair, right? So that's what is expected of an employee. You gave them a goal, you gave them an objective, there is a business outcome expected. Have they delivered that or not? To deliver the business outcome, the most important thing is what is required, what Sumit and Joy sir and all of us are talking about. Because without that, if you try and give an outcome, there are a lot of things that you will miss in the journey as a human to grow further. If you are absolutely irrational in the way you are going and achieving the outcome, but not having demonstrated empathy on your team members or leaders, peers, and clients, probably they will not see you as a good human being. The business outcome will be, okay, you delivered, I don't want you again, right? So if you have to continuously grow, first you be a good human, then you demonstrate the outcome in a way that you were able to collaborate, because there will be a whole lot of challenges when you have to be a human and then do what you have to do. Then the outcome is very difficult because you have a 10-member team, maybe 5 member of them were impacted, like Joy sir said about COVID resilience. How can 2 people who are surviving in the project with health deliver everything that 10 members were doing? But they still did it. So there was some level of understanding, learning, being empathetic and deliver. So outcome is what you will have to define in the KRA. But they should not compromise on their basic fundamental values of being a human.
I think what Latha is mentioning is exactly what's happening right now. So a lot of organizations are shifting the culture of how they are measuring things, right? The normal SLAs and KPIs are becoming irrelevant in a lot of aspects. And because of what you said, right? How do you measure some of these things? We weren't doing it. And that's a cultural shift that a lot of organizations need to do, is how do you bring that as a center and how do you look at value creation, outcome, and those aspects, and then bring in measurements around that. So that is it happening right now? I don't think it's happening 100%, but is this a shift that we all need to do? Definitely we will. Otherwise, we will not be able to survive.
Okay. Yeah.
Just to supplement, many organizations globally, they give a lot of importance for the emotional intelligence quotient when they do the recruitment. And I'm sure with maybe psychometric test or other with the AI-enabled testing assessment format, there may be some system to measure, but it cannot be completely measured. It is, as Lada said, outcome. It is the evidence. Finally, the evidence will stand up, and then we'll see what is the thing. That is the best measurement. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the question. So let me come to the last segment where we talk about Kerala's opportunities and the collaboration. So let me start with Leda. IBM came to Kerala in 2021 and they set up a big lab, innovation lab in 2024. And then right now they are set 2025, they introduced one incubation center. So what next and what are the opportunities waiting for the students?
Oh, that's amazing because Kerala has given us a lot more than we expected. So when we came to Kerala, we thought, okay, we will set up a lab which is just about 500, 400 engineers, and we will have a space as well identified. And we were thinking we are settled with that. Um, but it didn't work that way. The energy that Kerala has, the kind of openness the government has, is what has helped us get to where we are today. When I also talked about more than 2,700 engineers are already there in the last 18 months, it means a lot. So, what did we do in terms of having this collaboration with students and academia? Is firstly, we did not have an internship model by KTU, which was just about 4 to 6 weeks. That wouldn't have helped IBM's model. We engineering teams, we need 6 months internship and then we hire those students. So we needed to do a lot to work with all the academia and with KTU and with government and with the education ministry teams to be able to help us redefine that policy for KTU. And today we have more than 800 students who came as interns and become employees and IBM of the 2,700. So it means a lot for us not just to come as students and internship. Now what's happening is the same students are mentoring their junior batch students to come to IBM in the next following year. So then the students have graduated to become mentors in IBM and the junior students are also getting mentored. Now some of the students when we do hackathons, they come as startup enterprises. So IBM has a platform which is IBM Ventures. That means they help them to give the credentials, the mentoring and financial and all of those things are integrated to help them set up as startups. That's another part. And many engineers who get hired through TCS, to Wipro, through Cognizant and all our other partners still engage with IBM because we are building solutions even through the partners. So IBM has given us a lot of opportunities and
be a good team player or team leader.
Hello?
There are so many examples
okay.
of how you can distinguish between, if you use an AI tool, if you Google search, you'll find what's the difference between competency and skill. So I think our larger overriding purpose and our goal should be to become competent in whichever field we are. That is one part of it. The second thing, flexibility. We are now hearing more and more flexibility to pursue, to get a certification, to do a smaller program, and then you can stack it. What they call as the stackable credentials. You can go for micro certification. You can go for modular learning. Earlier we are more and more rigid. You have to go for 2 year, 3 year, 4 year, complete the course. Now you can enter and you can exit midway. So that is the beauty of the NEP. It is flexible and we should make it more and more flexible. So that if I take a break after maybe 1 year or 2 year, I can go to the industry, work, get experience, do internship, do apprenticeship. I can come back and join the same program. It all will be available, and finally you may get a degree or diploma, whichever you join. So flexibility is the key of the another pillar of NEP. The third thing is learner centric. Whatever we do, whatever we talk about, whatever we teach, whatever we assess, finally it is for the learner. How do we add value to the learner? So everything should be through the lens of, is this adding value? Is this empowering? Is this enlightening? Is this skilling the learner? I think that's very, very, very important when you look at the NEP. So I think these are the three larger pillars we should look at that. And it is easy to talk about all those things, but very, very challenging to implement. I think that's why our educational ecosystem, our colleges, universities, our schools should start. Now they talk about the focus is more on, specifically again in NEP, they're talking about the conceptual understanding. We talk about inquiry-based learning. We talk about experiential learning through projects, through internship, school project, or outside the school or outside the university. We talk about differentiated instruction, personalized learning, now aided by digital technology and AI. Personalized learning is another very, very important pillar of education, of NEP. So personalized learning is very, very important, and that is going to change the game. That will open more pathways. Earlier it was more of a pipeline. You have to go a straight jagged way. It's a pipeline. Now it is opening you multiple pathways, multiple entry points and exit points. So I think we should look at that, but it's very, very important that to prepare our students to be competent, our educators, they should also be equally competent. I visited a skill university some time back, and the vice chancellor was mentioning that the faculty, they are not that skilled. So faculty need to be skilled. They need to get the industry exposure. There should be academia industry linkage. They should be more open-minded, more flexible, talk to each other. When I went to another business school, one director mentioned that industry is not telling what we need to teach. It is for you to proactively and go and approach the industry. Industry should again go proactively. So it is again, we are talking about collaboration. We are talking about there are 4 key 21st century skills: creativity, critical thinking, collaboration, and then communication. There are many skills, but these are the 4 outstanding skills. Okay. So when you look at that, how are we, where are we, whether educators or learners or professionals? Thank you.
Okay. So flexibility and collaboration. So these are some of the opportunities NEP brings in. So one question on collaboration. So you have vast experience working across the country, across the globe. So Kerala has actually the privilege to have the first IT park in India. So in your view, how government, academia and industry collaborate so that we have a talent pool created to meet the opportunities ahead?
I think we need to definitely look at a 3-in-a-box structure right now. It's not going to be individualized program that can work. So for example, industry has to co-create the curriculum. You cannot run the curriculum separately. Academia cannot run it separately. The second thing that we need to look at is, again, how are we making our students not just curriculum completed but employable. I think employability is, and you mentioned couple of stats, right? I'm seeing those stats day in, day out, that people who are graduating are not converting into employees because there is a gap on employability. I think that gap needs to be filled by the industry collaboration to a large extent.
Yeah.
That's a big gap that and industry needs to co-create that curriculum. We need to look at what students need, and what the third thing that is missing is the experience, which Joy is also mentioning. Can we go and mandate internship, for example? Can we make it mandatory for everybody to do internship, or to go and talk to work with industry? Can industry make it mandatory that we will hire fresh graduates only after they've completed internship? Some of that radical shift and thinking is required. Otherwise, we will still face challenge on a lot of these things. And entrepreneur mindset will not come in, right? We are Kerala is having 30 lakh people working globally. What are we bringing back? Are we bringing back that global exposure, global mindset, entrepreneur mindset? That is what is important. If they're bringing back, how are they connecting with both academia and industry to bring that whole thing together? So that's a bit of radical thinking that's required.
Okay. So I think currently most of the universities are working with industry to bring in industry guided curriculum into the university syllabuses also. Okay, so summing it up, like you heard about a lot of what are the different technologies that may be capturing the near future, and what are the skills that you have to upskill or reskill or even cross-skill yourself to meet the requirements, and a few collaboration opportunities, how the government, industry, and the academia focus together to meet all the requirements that we see ahead. To summing it up, like actually we heard about a lot of keywords from the panelists. I think from my perspective, I would like to add one more term into the discussion, that is known as passion. Like, let me conclude by saying one incident. In one of the talk shows, Rahul Dravid was mentioning, uh, he was asked, who is your favorite cricketer? Again, I'm coming to cricket. And he said that my favorite cricketer is Praveen Tambe. And in that room, even those who are following cricket didn't know who is Praveen Tambe. And then everyone was curious, who is this Praveen Tambe, and what made him so special to Rahul Dravid. And he said Praveen Tambe was playing cricket starting at the age of 15 in the gullies, Maidans. He never played a match for, he was from Mumbai, he never played for Maharashtra or Mumbai in Ranji Trophy. He never selected for the national team. But he kept on playing till 40 years without being selected for any of the teams. And when he was 40, in one of the trials, Rajasthan Royals trials, Rahul Dravid see him bowling, and he nominated a 40-year man to the team to recruit in the next team selection. The CEO called Rahul Dravid and asked, "Are you crazy? You listed a person with 40 years. Ours is a team focusing more on youngsters or grooming youngsters." And then Rahul said, he's so passionate about the game, give me a chance. And then they selected him, and he had to wait one more year to play a match. And when he was given a chance, he was a superstar. And so that is all about passion. Even though he was not looking at any of the results, any of the selections, but he kept on playing the game. That was his core skill. If you see cricket as his core skill, he kept on believing his capability, and then he was so passionate. So my request to all of the students sitting here or the corporate sitting here, uh, technology may take your job, but if you are passionate, no technology can remove you out of your position or your position. So thank you so much, the panelists, and thank you so much, the audience, for engaging. And thank you, the KKM team, for giving us an opportunity.
Thank you, sir. It was indeed a very enlightening as well as interactive discussion. I request the moderator to hand over the mementos to the panelists. Sir, please. Thank you, sir. I now invite Ms. Nadia, Project Manager, Key Desk, to hand over the memento to our moderator. Thank you once again. Every great economy rests on the strength of its workforce. And at the foundation of that workforce are ITIs, institutions that transform raw potential into practical skill. This session will spotlight how ITIs are shaping tomorrow's skilled workforce, resilient, adaptable, and industry ready. For this session, we are proud to welcome Sri Shanawaz SIAS, Secretary, Labor and Skills Department, Sri Sufyan Ahmad IAS, Director of Employment and Training and MD, KASE, Ms. Samina Banu, Founder and CEO, Right Walk Foundation, Mr. Saugata Roy Chowdhury, Executive Director, CII, and Mr. C. Yuvaraj, ISDS, Regional Director, RDSDE, Kerala and Lakshadweep. The discussion will be moderated by Dr. Madhuri Dubey, Founder Director, National Skills Network, and hosted by the Industrial Training Department. I invite all the dignitaries onto the dais.
Hello, good morning. Um, I'm so glad to be anchoring this particular session and on a topic which is very close to me and my team members because when we say ITIs, even if you make a small mistake and write IIT, the whole world topples, right? It's like one is, when we say IIT, it's the most aspirational. When you just make a mistake, say ITI, it's the least aspirational. So if you ask me what is in a name, I think there is a lot in the name. What is the name of the program, the course? Like for example, today, if you add AI after anything it sells, do we really know how much of value it generates for the student? We don't know. So somewhere between the nomenclature, the history, the reason why we have so many ITIs, and why is the government now planning to modernize these ITIs, there is a story. So the objective of this session, I think with the help of the esteemed panelists, we will try to understand some of the issues the ITIs are facing, especially with regard to how Kerala can take that first step to come up with something which is very innovative and perhaps which is path-breaking, I would say, to make technical training and educational through ITIs aspirational. So I would like to get started by asking the panelists next to me, Mr. Sufyan Ahmed. Sir, as we just discussed about ITIs, today we are looking at ITIs. We want to look at ITIs in a through a new lens and how the new job market is emerging. So, what are your views on how we trace the history of these institutions and see a new pathway forward?
Thank you, Ms. Dubey, for asking a very pertinent question. And as the Director of Industrial Training Department, Government of Kerala, uh, my interface or my interaction with the ITIs uh, is not very old. I joined the department last year, and so far I have got to understand a lot of things about the ITI ecosystem, what exactly are the ITIs, and what is the conversation going around the ITIs. We have heard about uh, an ITI accreditation scheme which was announced in the union budget last year, 2024-25, and recently we have got the draft guidelines issued by the union government, and consultations with the state governments have been taking place. And there's a lot of uh, discussions about upgradation, revamping, and introducing new gen trades, which are, I mean, which would help the young workforce, I mean, India's skilled workforce to meet the demands of the future, not just the demands in India, but across the world. So before all these discussions, I would like to emphasize that, I mean, what's the relevance of ITIs? What are the ITIs? I mean, as our moderator rightly mentioned, there's only, I mean, if you change a letter from, one place to another, uh, it becomes from the most aspirational to the least aspirational thing. So ITIs are usually associated with the least aspirational class, and it is very much distinct from general education. It's associated with vocational education. What's vocational education? Which is focused on practical and technical training rather than academic stuff. So we have to understand the relevance. I mean, why ITIs were started to begin with. What was the need of starting ITIs, and we need to know the labor market statistics. So the ITIs were started to basically cater to the labor market demands, to the industry needs. So we have to evaluate whether we are meeting, the ITIs are meeting the demands of the industry, and in what sense they are meeting the industry demand. And there has to be a greater consultation actually, I mean, at the government level, at the industry level, about the relevance of ITIs, and it has to be a two-way street, so to speak. I mean, the new ITI accreditation scheme has this thing at its focus, putting industry at the center, so that one industrial partner will be the anchor industry partner, and they will form the Section 8 company will be formed, and a CEO will be appointed, and share some amount will be coming from the industry, some amount will be coming from the state, and rest of the amount will come from the center, and then some new gen courses will be started. But before that, I feel that we need to reevaluate the position of ITIs, because earlier also there have been several schemes by the central government, Strive and PPP schemes, and how far they have been successful, that has to be evaluated. So this contextualizing has to happen, reimagination has to happen regarding the relevance of ITIs, and accordingly, and since we have an esteemed industry partner as a panelist, so it's a fortunate thing that we have him here, and I would like to convey to him that, I mean, the government is trying to mend its, I mean, to blend, or I would say to change its mindset, and it's going ahead and reaching out to the industries, and the industry should also acknowledge that the state as in the nation state has spent so much of wealth, so much of infrastructure, and resources on building these ITIs. So how do they utilize this state asset? I mean, they should also reach out to the government, since government has become more, I would say, more um, receptive to the industry. So it's a good opportunity. And how, I mean, I would like to put it up. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for sharing the government perspective and the vision you have to reimagine ITIs. Because often we hear about a lot of funding. Like yesterday's session, also we discussed about the funding for modernizing the new hub and spoke model and how many states are collaborating with the industry. So it is natural for us to take the conversation forward by asking the leadership, the industry leadership representative himself here. We have with us, Mr. Saugata, who's actually got immense leadership experience through CII, interacting with so many industry members. So, how do you think these partnerships that we are talking about can be sustained? And also, if you look at it this way, like opportunities are many, they keep coming. But I think an opportunity is not, outcome based or effective unless it is tied with responsibility. Now, where do you place this, and what is your view on this kind of a sustainable industry collaboration?
Thank you very much, Madhuri, and distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen. Confederation of Indian Industry works closely on the skills agenda for the last more than 30 decades. And to be quite honest, ITIs are the bedrock for industry talent. And we have worked closely even in the previous 1396 upgradation scheme. Uh, Good stories, not so good stories. But ultimately, that was a loan-based 2.5 crore which was given. So industry who were part of the IMC chair for safety at times put it on fixed deposit, couldn't use it. But the new scheme is very, very good. So basically, industry has to have co-ownership. It is the recipient of talent, and that's what we have been advocating, that you need to play a critical role because the government can only do so much. It's you who will need one to help create the infrastructure. How do you upgrade the machinery? How do you upgrade the labs to make sure that the talent being trained is exactly using the equipment which is there in industry? You don't have to waste time, or when they come into your factories or in the shop floor, there could be critical, misuse of the machinery for trainees. So prepare them when they are learning instead of getting them into the industry and then teaching them. To help co-create the curriculum. A lot of the trades which are being taught are outdated. How do you ensure get the engineering team, get the HR team to sit with the ITI faculty, the principal, and revise and redo the curriculum. Let go of antiquated curriculum trades, bring in new which the industry needs. Fourth, the trainer or faculty can be just only as good as the student can only be good as the faculty. So faculty development program, and we have been doing extensively with large industry partners, including Tata's and Bosch, etc., where we are doing exposure visit for the trainers into industry. And at times I know of one narrative in UP where they went into an automotive plant and actually the guy was moved to tears, the trainers, to say, I never knew my students would work in such environment. I don't have that capacity. So giving exposure, not only giving exposure, building capacity of the trainer, and then nominating industry, be it supervisor, be it manager, to go intermittently into the ITIs to make sure that the training is as per the industry requirement. And fourth, vocational trade is not very aspirational in India. Last thing one wants is to send a child to ITI, which is very, very sad, because the demand for ITI pass out is more than any engineer or even MBA, I will say. So there is something we had worked on from CII to create aspiration by doing celebrating skills through the CII work skills competition. And you'll be surprised to know, for on behalf of India, we took the membership of World Skills India in 2007 to say that unless we celebrate this, recognize it, and give due respect, we will not have people coming into vocational trade. And of course, after we incubated NSDC, we handed over to NSDC, which is seeing, and we have proposed to the government, you must bring World Skills India to India, World Skills to India, so that everybody is aware that vocational skills can be just as good as any other degree program. And of course, have a strong demand-based integrated learning. I was so happy. I was sitting in the faculty lounge, and one of my colleagues from HCL said how they're doing the integrated program, where in the final year, they go into industry and they're able to train them without wasting that they come out after the ITI, get into the industry, then get trained as apprentices. So integrated program. We are happy to announce Bosch is setting up labs in 50 education and ITIs in Kerala for such initiatives. So ownership has to be there from industry, and the government creates the basics. So the PPP is they create the infrastructure, industry brings in the equipment, does the lab, builds capacity of trainers, creates aspiration, builds curriculum which is modern and as per their requirement, and of course the channel of placement, where we are also working very closely with the government of Kerala, CII, for placement of offers of 5 lakh youngsters over 3 years, and I'll say at least 30% uh, focus on ITI, which we are seeing very, very strong results. So industry, you must do your part. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for actually sharing the entire framework, I would say, which we could actually visualize about how we can go about improving ITIs. Now, I would like to request Ms. Samina, since you are also associated with ITIs and technical training, and especially apprenticeship, I think apprenticeship is one of the pathways for these students to get industry exposure and also possible placements. How has been your experience and what kind of apprenticeship programs were you implementing? Can you tell us a bit more?
Sure. Thank you very much for this opportunity. So we have been working as part of Right Walk Foundation on apprenticeship, internship, and dual system of training DST program across 4 states and also with the central ministry. So before coming to that, I'll quickly add why ITI. I mean, he answered very well. It's so important. So I remember an incident. I wanted to do engineering, and I did engineering against my parents' wish of making me a doctor. And after engineering, something like AC broke in my house, and we said, okay, we had to call somebody, a technician. And my parents were like, I thought you were an engineer. So, so we think that engineers will solve everything. Well, you require technicians as well, and in much larger number. For every engineer, you need 10 technicians. And the technicians have to be of really good quality. In India, the problem we are facing with technicians is the quality and the dignity attached to the work of ITI. And apprenticeship and internship and DST, these are some of the programs that try to add dignity and quality to the training of these students going through the ITI programs. ITI system is not seen with a lot of dignity, right? And that needs to change. And when industries and especially big companies are brought into the picture, and these students get an opportunity to work in a real or learn in a real industry environment before joining a workplace as a formal employment, then the overall quality you get and the overall outcome you get from them is much better. So I was in Germany once and I was told the same company, Samsung, say LG, the kind of ACs and refrigerators they make in Germany is different from the one they make for India. Those are more sophisticated because the apprenticeship systems, ITI vocational systems is very strong and technicians are well qualified and they are able to add extra complex features because they know they have people, technicians to maintain it. In India, we haven't really reached that state. So adding maybe to ITIs and vocational training and using pathways like apprenticeship, internship, and dual system of training. I think we're not talking about DST a lot. This is one system where students, while they are studying in ITI, also get an opportunity to go and learn in a company. This is during their training. That's DST, and they're learning while real world scenarios while they're actually doing the ITI course. And after they complete the ITI course, then they can get into apprenticeship, and it's a mandatory clause. Every company with 30 or more employees must hire apprentices. It's a mandatory clause. And when we started 5 years ago, I mean, we started in UP, we had only 7,000 apprentices, and we had to like mobilize the entire department, government, industries, and in 1 year we reached the number 60,000. So it was not like industries don't want ITS students. They do, but many times they're not aware like such a policy exists and we need to abide by it. And they still remember apprenticeship as an old, like 30 years old policy, which had Inspector Raj, which looked very dangerous, which was like, oh, if we do not comply, then we can be sent to jail. All those things changed. In 2019 reforms, apprenticeship system became much more industry friendly, and our major job was to go to industries and tell them how this scary caterpillar of apprenticeship has now turned into a beautiful butterfly. So you can now you can go ahead and hire apprentices. You are getting incentive from the government. You don't have to comply with these labor laws of ESI and EPF, and you are getting a ready pool of talent. And it's a benefit, it's a win-win for both. Industry gets a ready talent and students get a chance to learn in a real industry environment.
Thank you, Ms. Samina. I think that was a really beautiful way of putting how apprenticeships are highly valuable to the industry as they can, groom their talent upfront. And also, sir, you mentioned about the skills competitions. I just thought I'll share it with the audience. Right now, the registrations are on. So you all can check the website and promote the skills competition. Now, coming to you, sir, I would like to ask you something slightly different from what we have heard so far to create this ITI story. There is something called ranking of the ITIs, right? The performance of the ITIs. So, would you want to share some points about how these performance parameters are created? Is there a need to, revise them or make them more modern, as many ITIs, are ranked as per certain parameters?
First, thank you for that opportunities given to in this platform. And ranking, first we have to go to that basic of ITI. ITI means Industrial Training Institute, and it was created in 1950 under the Ministry of Labor and Employment. Under Ministry of Labor and Employment, that is Director General of Employment and Training. So this is a requirement of the industries and to keep with, because a lot of ITs are not open. During that period, very limited ITs are open in the state government. Then after that, upgradation of skills question is comes. So every state and central government only started with the Advanced Training Institute. In every state they were having. And their need is that to take care of the upgradation of the skills of the war faculty employed in public sector and private sector who are working that, but technology development is gone, they can't to upgrade it. There is a setup in this one. After that, 2015, that all Advanced Training Institute is converted into National Skill Training Institute under the PM, Prime Minister Modi government. And the Director General of Employment Training is reduced to Director General Training under new Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. After that, that upgrading of ITA started. How to suppose first already that NITI Ayog and 2003 submitted. I think Madam knows better than National Skill Network. They were surveyed and given the recommendations of to the ministry how to uplift that ITI is equivalent to that. Yesterday also we discussed in the panel, not equivalent to +2 level. So that is why the Ministry of Planning Commission, earlier Planning Commission, now it is NITI Aayog recommended to equate that ITI and combining with the national NCVT, National Council for Vocational Education Training, collaborated with the SSC board, CBSE board, to give a SSC certificate, though that is a horizontal mobility and also vertical mobility is there. Now, this is the governance of administration. That's come with the financial. So government of India feels that how to upgrade the ITI. Last, Madam, is so Strive fund is there. And during Strive fund, lot of ITIs are there. How to give the funding to every ITI. So we give a demarcation is a reference of which grading ITI is good ITI. So how, based on the intake of the trainees and how the pass out of the candidate and how the placement of the candidate and how the faculties are upgraded, because every period how many, because every faculty, the institute should be the latest updated knowledge, the training of trainer, keeping in these parameters. And out of the facilities, we have to inspect the facility, whether it is fulfilling the application standard. We are the implementing body, application standards are all the equipments are there. How first important, how they connect with the industries, whether they're giving placement, job training, on the line training. If it is keeping in this view of the point, the government of India graded ITI, and out of that, mostly South India taken the first lead in the grading compared to other institute, because they follow the systems of procedures and keeping in view of that every state having a State Skill Development Commission, SSDM, we'll see. Every state, Tamil Nadu is there, Kerala is there, and Karnataka is there. They were also linked with the SSDM. So they were taking that matter with the ITA, because IT admission is overtaking admission. Who is taking IT admission is the least candidate. So nobody engineering is not there. And basic qualification is a 10th and +2. And some of the trade having a welder, if you take welder, 8th is the qualification. So these are the things also taken into place. Now the ITI boys are going into the institute, the least preferred. And so how the upgrade, we want to upgrade that, because technology development is very fast. But ITI's equipment purchased in on those is not upgraded. The government of India find out how to upgrade it. So with the World Bank funding, previously the Center of Excellence, World VTIP, Vocational Training Improvement, VTIP is there. Then we got funded. We improved lot the latest equipment precisions, look at this precision equipment. Then this called Strives came. How to give that Strive? So we marked upgradation of ITI. Then accordingly, ITI, that SAR is 1396, ITI private institute, involvement of CETRA Skill Council. Now latest upgradation is going on, 60,000 crore. Government of India, especially this budget is sanctioned, taking care of the 1,000 ITI upgradation. That is last week also is held the regional ministry skill conference in Chandigarh. Our Jain Chaudhary sir is given attention, and all secretary, principal secretary invited to central meeting to that how to develop the 1,000 ITIs. And this is a special program. 3 partners will be there. One is central, 30,000. State is 20,000. 10,000 crore is given by the industry. So previously, Strive and all industry not linked. Based on the your grading only introduced. Now the question is comes, we are upgrading idea. What is the industry requirement? So based on the industry come, I want to set up a one lab. I want to set up upgrade that. You come and to the meet, so that we will give the fund. Now the funding is like it is transferred to this type of area. So the grading is the one keeping in of that to upgrade that our knowledge, cultivating that our ITA special in the direction to keep the upgradation of the skill.
Thank you so much. I think that was quite a detailed, elaboration, I would say, about the way ITIs are upgraded, and also the visions are shared about the entire ITI upgradation scheme across the country. Thank you, sir. Now, one common question to all the panelists, because I think we are going to have just about 10 minutes to close this session. Maybe you can take about 2 minutes to answer this. Imagine we reimagining ITIs. We would like to make it like a central pillar for Kerala's skill development ecosystem. What would be few points that come to your mind? And second point here is, how do we increase enrollment of girls in ITIs? I think this is so important that ITI should be gender inclusive, and overall also they should be inclusive in many ways. So I feel this is one of the ways to work further, and perhaps Kerala can take the lead in this. So I would like to start with you, sir.
So as far as skill development framework of Kerala is concerned and the role of ITIs in it, so I see ITIs as the focal point of skill development in Kerala, because they are very old and established institutions. And just to, I mean, mention it or to make the audience aware, we have around 108 government ITIs in Kerala, and which are run by the Industrial Training Department. Then we have another 44 ITIs. Those are also government ITIs that come under the Scheduled Caste Development Department. Then we have 2 or 3 ITIs which come under the Scheduled Tribe Development Department. Apart from these 160 or so government ITIs, we have around 250 or 260 private ITIs. So this is the overall picture of the infra, the asset uh, as regards to ITI, which are in Kerala. So we should understand the importance. And I would like to say that to put ITIs at the focus, we have to make the ITIs relevant. How do we make them relevant? We have to onboard the industries. Like that is the, I mean, I would say the first condition, and that is the primary condition. Without putting industries or the requirement of the labor market or the industry market, you cannot imagine ITIs. And that is what the government wants. Government of India wants from the new ITI accreditation scheme. And it's a very good opportunity, and I would like to request actually formally to our CII partner, uh, given the industrial base in Kerala. I mean, Kerala is not known for having a very, I mean, a very wide industrial base, so we might be facing some problems. So I would like CIA or industry partners to handhold us, to handhold the government to get the industry onboarded. And then that is the only way forward. I mean, that's how you can make the ITs relevant. That's how you can cater to the market, to the industries. And coming on to your second questions as to how to make the enrollment of women or the girl candidates in ITIs higher, then there are several takes to it. We have in ITIs technical or engineering and non-engineering courses. So usually when we speak about women ITI, we will just focus the conversation on non-technical courses like food processing or dressmaking, and COPA or secretarial assistance and all. But we should not be limiting our conversation to non-technical courses as far as girl candidates are concerned. We should encourage and try to enroll the girls across all kind of trades. Whichever trade is industry relevant, wherever the demand is, we should try to push our candidates to that trade. And that all will happen only when we put the industry at the forefront. So that's how I put it. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah.
Just to add to that, sir, in Kerala, we are having a ITI woman in ITI state government, also ITI woman is there, and National Skill Training Institute woman in Karakutam. And sir, as previously we concentration on engineering, non-engineering trip, because previously was that non-engineering dressmaking, computer operated programming assistance, and is that architectural drawing. That scenario is now changed last 2 years. In our institute, we are introducing a new ages courses called. So our trainees are especially women empowerment. We are studying that additive manufacturing technician, 3D printing, Internet of the things in smart city, Now this year we started artificial intelligence programming assistant course, and we are having electronic mechanic, technician electronic system design and repair, 2 year courses, information technology. These are all the 2 years courses only for kind of the need for women empowerment. And I rightly point, there were our Kerala, the state government also, and our institute also, all best excellence award, national award got from that our government of India. And most of the trainees are placed in one issue is there in Kerala is there industrial reference, industrial belt is very less. But our trainees are placed in nearest place in Bangalore. So they were taken as previously is not there. Previously, what happened? The girls should not. That is the issue is that girls will not show out of the state. But that information also is slightly moved out of that. All girls are moved to the Bangalore also and Techno Park. So many places are working. Very happy to say that the all empowerment of women in happen in Kerala.
Madhuri, what I would like to see, IIT, across the globe, they know IIT and they take talent. Similarly, the ITI, with the same name, ITI should be the referral point for skilled and higher productive talent pool globally. We have seen some successes across the globe, aging population, Japan, Germany, Australia, etc., etc. I remember when we first sent the first batch of ITI candidates, there was around 26 of them to electronic manufacturing plant in Japan. These were candidates from ITI with just 6 months of experience from districts of Madurai and Tamil Nadu. They have never seen a big city, nor have they seen a place like Japan. So creating aspiration and a pathway. These are the kind of things we want to do, and I'm very happy that a lot of the industries are trying to instill that advanced European and other models in the ITIs. So that's the vision. How do we create that aspiration? And of course, women, we have a very specific target in CII. We have to see at least 50% of the workforce to be women by 2047. And some of the industry is doing phenomenal work. I know some industries where they're training, breaking the mold, training in mechatronics, CNC milling, even welding. I know Kirloskar's, they're doing phenomenal work for pump sales, repair, maintenance in village level without migration. So models are there, and we just need to scale up, learn from each of the models, replicate. And I'm sure there are right now around 300 ITI, women ITI, I think, in the country. Out of the 15,000, I think 300. And there's a reservation of 30% for women in all ITIs. But we need to create an ecosystem which is good for the women. Toilets and other things have to be there, which is essential. I think those have been a deterrent. And it doesn't need the government only to do. Let industry through their CSR funding do these basic things. I think that's the partnership we should work on to attract and celebrate that some women getting job and then rising in the career. How do we put it on social media to inspire others? And those are now all children get motivated by social media. How do we motivate them to come into the wet ecosystem? Thank you.
So I will share from our experience of increasing women participation in ITI as well as apprenticeship in the states we have been working in UP, Maharashtra and Gujarat. I mean, Kerala, we have been working for quite some time. But then I think Kerala has still decent participation from girls, but I'll share my experience from other states where we were able to get the success. So having role models in women and sharing their stories, the stories which come from the peers are more impactful than the stories you hear from some big icons you cannot reach. So if you talk about the big stars, they might be inspired, but they feel like, oh, I can't be there, I can't go there. But there is evidence, there is research evidence which shows if the real stories and role model stories come from the peer, from the same community, it has a very strong impact in increasing aspirations. So that's one, the role model story sharing and talking, and it can be through physical means in person, it can be through online means, but the stories have to come from the same community. The second is incentivizing uh, industries, companies, and these girls in a way that makes it easier for them to participate. So in apprenticeship, we actually somehow were able to convince some companies to offer higher stipend to girls so that more girls can apply, and we convinced government to give some extra incentive to these companies who are hiring girls. So girls plus people with disabilities, we work with both the groups. So giving extra incentives may help in increasing the numbers and providing some support like hostel, transport, like in Gujarat and Maharashtra. Any girl student who joins apprenticeship gets free bus passes. They can travel anywhere in the state without paying a single penny for tickets. So these small incentives, understanding what do they really need, and then providing those incentives can go a long way in improving participation by girls and people with disabilities and improving inclusivity. So just quick from my side.
Yeah, thank you. Since we are almost close towards the closure of this, I would quickly summarize before I invite your questions. I think what we discussed just now is like I would put it as three I's. One is probably industry, of course. Second I is innovation, and third is inclusivity. I think that's how I think I would summarize this session. And we have heard many, we have understood many aspects and perspectives about how ITIs need modernization, or we have to reimagine them. And I would just close with this one observation. Even today, we call ITI courses as craftsman training scheme, like CTS. I think we also have to relook at the word craftsman itself, right? Start from there. Okay, thank you so much, and thank you all the esteemed panelists. I now invite questions. We have about probably 5 minutes for the questions.
Madam is asking some question. For Mike.
Good morning. This might sound a crazy idea, but if a crazy idea can bring in something that is fruitful, I just want you to see if there is a possibility. I come from arts and science college background where students are exclusively into bookish learning. So, a few years ago, or for the past few years, I have been trying to bring in some customized skill centering to our college through a SAP I tried. The reason being, our college started with no girls riding two wheelers. At present, in our college, we have a parking slot that is full with two wheelers. So I have been asking ASAP for a long time if it's possible to integrate with the polytechnics or the ITIs, whereby these students can have a minimal experience in two-wheeler maintenance. They just drive. They fill in the petrol, they drive, they reach, they park. Nothing beyond that. So is that kind of a partnership possible between arts and science institutions and the ITIs, whereby, as we said, the communication, the collaboration, the inclusiveness, and the skill shortage. We see very few women working in the automobile, local requirements in
throughout Kerala, I believe, not only for Malappuram district. So can we think about this possibility of a mutual reaching out? Just a suggestion.
Okay, so I would like to take this thing forward. It's really, in fact, a very good suggestions, and we have been thinking and working on these lines how to not work in silos. We have colleges, arts and science colleges. We have technical education department, run engineering colleges, polytechnics, ITIs, so many educational institutions. But where is the coherence? Where is the harmony? So we have been working on bringing about harmony and how to make use of the existing infrastructure of ITIs. For example, just like as Madam mentioned, the students were studying in that college, so many girls students, how can they make use of a nearby polytechnic or their workshops? Similarly, how can they make use of the nearby ITIs workshops and their trainers? So it's a very good idea, and I would like to say that we have short-term courses which are running in some of the ITIs, several ITIs, and they are also, I mean, managed in some sense by the industries. They are industry-relevant courses. They are being run in the evening, and those are short-term courses ranging from 200 hours to 300 hours to 400 hours. So any such course, women candidate or a student of a college can go and join in their relevant ITIs in their neighborhood ITI. And I would like to get in touch with you personally as to understand what's the requirement, what are the aspirations of your students, and I would like to basically map your college with the nearby ITI, and we can basically customize and we can chalk out some kind of course for them. Thank you.
Yeah. Any more questions? We can have one more. Yeah. Yeah.
Hope you can hear me. I have two questions. The first question being, since the department is looking for a lot of multi-stakeholder engagement, why can't the department can involve or have direct engagement with a non-profit or a Section 8 company to build on and leverage their skill set, just like in Maharashtra or Uttar Pradesh? So that's my first question. My second question is uh, most of the ITI enrollment is happening from historically oppressed communities. Okay, so in that regard, how can we ensure the retention? I mean, from to enrollment into the ITIs, to the apprenticeship training, and later to their sustainable career. Because a lot of these candidates don't have the social capital to, just to stay afloat for a time being with a meager wage. So that's to my question. I hope it's clear.
Thank you. Would you want to take a part of it, sir? Would you want to answer this? Yeah.
Second question is regarding apprenticeship, because we are involved in the regional directorate of apprenticeship training. We normally, after IT posited, every month, second Monday, we are conducting a Prime Minister Apprenticeship Mela. Out of 14 districts of Kerala, 5 districts first cycle and second districts also 5 cycles. So like that we'll going next 12th 9 September also 5 is Kannur, Kasaragod, Ernakulam, we are having a apprenticeship mela. Now the question is how to retain the trainees of the apprenticeship. Because we are conducting apprenticeship mela, where is the establishment? So establishment very limited participate in Srikpata Kerala. Establishment is very less in Kerala. Wayanadu and the Idiki districts very limited establishment. So we are struggling also calling the establishment, retaining the apprenticeship. Next is that we are concentrating on central apprenticeship and state is government because optional trades are the state is combating and that under the private and industrial part of it, the apprenticeship schemes. So government of India making lot of effort financially giving 32,000 per mela, we are giving that. So getting the establishment and registering that candidate, we are now in order to avoid this only, Government of India is the TP, a third party aggregator. We have a in between state, central and one agency also we adapted to bring the trainees and put it into the apprenticeship. So, but we are trying to make that trainees are sustainable, and we want to motivate the trainees. But that again, first question itself, because when I last more, madam is also asked about two-wheeler, two-wheeler. Because in Chennai, we have, before that I was in Chennai, we are having industry associations are there, two-wheeler associations are there. Then two-wheeler association, they came to our institute. We are giving a short-term program. Then we want to give a certificate. This is a two-wheeler mechanic. We are given the certificate. So now the what happened? Industry is asking you give me a certificate for two-wheeler technician. Why is that? We asked because National Occupational Standard says these ITIs are we have to give mechanic only, and diploma student we have to give technician trade. So we are not able to two-wheeler technician. Then ask, sir, what is the difference between mechanic and technician? No, sir, if you give mechanical, nobody will give gal. So if you technician is there, I will get easily gals for marriage. So these are the society also involved. That is my mistake, whatever.
Just to conclude and just to add to what our regional director has said, I mean, as far as NGOs are concerned, I would like to mention that there's especially a specific scheme of central government, which is the Jan Shikshan Sansthans, and which are spread across the country and which are being operated in association with NGOs. We have one in Malappuram as well, and in many other districts of Kerala. And as far as ITIs are concerned, we are already collaborating with the institutions like Quest Alliance and Udyam Foundation, Udyam Learning, wherein they are coming to our campuses and they are teaching our instructors and our students on subjects like employability skills and entrepreneurship. But as you rightly mentioned, what about technical skills? Why can't we engage NGOs and all and other agencies to impart the technical skills to the candidates? So for that purpose alone, the new national IT accreditation scheme is going to, I mean, is going to come up. And to your second question regarding widening the base of the students who come and join the ITIs. So the point where we begin with, like the least aspirational and the most aspirational thing. So those students who come from such backgrounds, and we have to look at their aspirational quotient, actually how much aspiration they have, whether they can afford to go for a BTech course paying a handsome amount to a private engineering college. Just because they cannot afford, they end up joining the ITIs. So these economical disparity is one of the answers, and as and when the ITI courses become industry ready, they become more remunerative. Similarly, and consequently, the social base of the ITI candidates will expand. Thank you.
Yeah. Very quickly, just to add, usually the pathway for for a ITI person is after ITI they get into industry as apprentices, and now a lot of the sector skill councils have worked to ensure that the apprenticeship program in industry is national occupation certificate based. So it's still continuing as a learning, and there's an assessment at the end of it based on which there's a certification which is credit based. So it is a good strong recommendation creating a pathway. Just that information.
Yeah, thank you, sir. And thank you, panelists. And thank you so much, organizers, for giving us an opportunity to discuss important aspects of ITIs. And those of you who want to interact with the panelists, you can do that after this session. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing all those valuable insights. I'm sure that we have a lot of takeaways from this session. And I request our moderator to hand over the mementos to the panelists. Ma'am, please. Thank you, ma'am. I now invite Ms. Arya to hand over the memento to our moderator. We have Ms. Arya representing KDISC. Thank you once again. Now we have the video, the theme video of KDISC on screen.
Civil society. The summit being organized by the Kerala Development and Innovation Strategic Council, KDISC, at Hotel Grand Hyatt, Bolgatti, Kochi, will provide a vibrant platform for thought leaders, policymakers, industry captains, innovators, and students to think aloud about skills, innovation, employment, and entrepreneurship as part of a single visionary framework. The summit will be guided by 6 key themes: the opportunities arising in employment and work, leverage Kerala's strengths and develop a global talent hub, best practices and skilling collaborations, reimagining skills and education systems, building an innovation ecosystem, work from Kerala, work for the world. Its ambitious goals include creating a shared vision for skill development, integrating skilling into higher education, showcasing success stories, fostering global partnerships, and empowering the youth. Skill Kerala Global Summit is more than just an event. It's a collective call to action. Kerala's future is here. Kerala is ready for the world.
Learning is no longer confined to classrooms. The future belongs to those who learn by doing. Internships and apprenticeships bridge the gap between theory and practice, preparing students for real world challenges. This session will present innovative work integrated learning models that ensure talent is both knowledgeable and industry ready. Our panelists for this session are Mr. Febin MF, Head L&T EduTech, Mr. Subbaraman Balasubramanian, Senior Vice President, HCL Technologies Limited, Professor Tom Beckwith, Professor of Skills and Workforce Policy UK, Mr. Tom Joseph, Director, New Initiative, Jane University, and Mr. Aubrey Aloysius, Co-founder, LorraineMusic.ai. And moderating the session, we have Ms. Samina Banu, Founder and CEO, Right Walk Foundation. I invite all the panelists onto the stage. Handing over the session to Ms. Sabina. Ma'am, please take over.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Yes, this is the next session. Yes, I'm sure you are participating in many back-to-back sessions. I request for your attention. And I'm Samina Bano, founder and CEO of Right Walk Foundation. You just saw me in the previous panel. Now I'm moderating this very important panel around work integrated learning models, as in internship and apprenticeship in this global skill summit in Kerala 2025. And we have with us a very interesting and very accomplished panel from different sectors and different countries as well. So welcome all my panelists here. And before I get into the context and the details of this session, I will first give you a brief context around, or I'll first introduce the panelists here. So we have with us Mr. Professor Tom Bewick. I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly. Berwick, okay. He's a professor of skills and workforce policy in the United Kingdom, and he has worked on apprenticeship policies at global level. He has worked in UK and Europe, and keeps deep expertise in apprenticeship policies and workforce related issues. We have with us Mr. Subbaraman Balasubramaniam. If you can say hello to everyone or raise your hands, so everyone will know who you are. He's Senior Vice President at HCL Technologies, and he works in large-scale early career talent pipelines, and he has programs like Tech B, if I'm correct, that prioritizes skills over degrees. So that would be interesting to talk about. Welcome, Subbaraman. We have Ms. Febin, if I'm again pronouncing correctly, head of L&T EduTech, and she's building academia industry linkages, and she also has hands-on experience with scalable assessments and credit mapping. So welcome, Febin. Then we have Mr. Tom Joseph, another Tom. Both of them are sitting together. He's Director of New Initiatives at Jane University, and he works around embedding internship and entrepreneurship in higher education. So another interesting perspective. And we also, do we have Mr. Suresh? Yes. No, we don't have Mr. Suresh. So we have Mr. Aubrey Aloysius, Deputy Director. No, you are CMD of Lorraine Music Academy. So we have creative industry also with us. He is working towards making music knowledge more usable for performance or learning, and he's generating pathways through his Lauren Music Academy.ai. Uh, so we are LaurenMusic.ai. So now we will have a creative industry lens as well. So please welcome all the panelists here. Thank you very much for joining. So let me give you a context about what this is all about. This panel is all about. So Kerala is at a very interesting juncture. The literacy and academic ecosystem is exceptional, and Kerala can be the leader in, the skill revolution of India. However, we are facing challenges in different ways. Aligning education to industry needs, translating classrooms into workplaces, or also challenge, or also solving the problem of inclusivity, especially across urban rural divides or gender divides. So how do Kerala become a leader in work integrated learning models, which can be a game changer in solving these gaps between workplace and learning environment or educational spaces? Um, work work integrated learning models like apprenticeship and internship, we will cover here. Apart from that, there are some other models as well that we will try to cover and see how such work integrated learning models, what they are, why they are useful, what gaps are they trying to fill, how students get benefited from these models. What's the role of industry, government, and what role can Kerala play in here? This is the flow of conversation. Stay tuned. So let's begin with all our panelists. And in one or two sentences, if you have to tell why work integrated learning models like apprenticeship and internship are critical to the skill ecosystem of India, particularly Kerala. We start with Tom.
And while Tom is preparing to speak, may I encourage every one of you standing there? There's a lot of seats here up in front. Can we please request you to pay attention to the talk? If you want to talk among yourselves, please step out and talk, or else please come in and participate in this great panel. Can you hear me? Please come in front. And please be seated. And avoid crosstalks in the auditorium. It'll really help the other participants in enjoying this panel discussion. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for handling this piece.
Thank you very much. Certainly a lot cozier if you move closer to the stage, and it feels like we're having a more of a fireside chat with our friends and family here in Kerala. Good afternoon, everyone. It's an absolute pleasure to be here. I think this is now my fourth session here at this excellent Skills Summit, and I'm indeed privileged and delighted to be invited by the Kerala government and KDISC to this really landmark event. And I've sat in, as well as participating in sessions, I've sat in a number of sessions, and it's truly inspiring, I think, the vision, the 6 objectives. So all the support to you and colleagues here in building Kerala as a global talent hub. As you said when you introduced me, I have the pleasure these days of working a lot internationally with several governments and multinationals around the world. I'm on the board of Apprenticeships for America. I work a lot in Europe and indeed in the Middle East. But a good 20 years of my career actually was spent running non-governmental organizations, workforce development organizations, actually creating apprenticeships from scratch. So I have a lot of hands-on practical experience of what makes apprenticeships work. And I always say to audiences that apprenticeships are sold to employers, they're not bought. And let me just unpack what I mean by that briefly. And that is that, if you think about fundamentally what an apprenticeship is. The first thing is it's a paid job. It's not a, I mean, it may involve classroom study, but it's not a study-based program. It's very important. It's a real job, but it's really building on what is a tradition in our human societies that goes back actually places like the Indus River here in India to 160,000 years ago. Apprenticeship is ultimately about the transfer of knowledge between the master and the novice, and it's about taking not exclusively young people, because one of the things that I increasingly see around the world is apprenticeships, yes, for young people coming out of the upper secondary system. Germany and Switzerland are very famous apprenticeship models for that. But also we see what's called all age, all level apprenticeships, people who are reskilling and upskilling through apprenticeships in their 20s, 30s, 40s, and dare I say even in their 50s. We see this in the UK, for example. So it's about ensuring that we have, we build a skills ecosystem here in Kerala that captures that 160,000-year-old tradition of the transfer of knowledge, skills, and behaviors from the master to the novice, and taking the novice on that journey to mastery of skills. I think the challenge is, and every country faces this challenge, and by the way, just to put this in perspective, even the world-leading systems in the world, like Switzerland and Germany and the Scandinavian countries, and to a lesser extent, Australia, UK, and the US, at any one time, the maximum number of people that are in apprenticeship as a percentage of the workforce is around about 3 to 4%. So, for every 100 people in the Kerala workforce, if you were matching international benchmarks, you'd be looking at having 3 or 4 apprentices. I always think when you explain it in that way, it actually doesn't seem like such a daunting challenge, right? Because surely, in a great populous, wonderful country like India, it should be possible to ensure that for every 100 people who are employed, you can get closer to 2, 3, 4 people in apprenticeships. The question that I always get asked by policymakers is how, and this is where I draw, I think, on my experience, nearly 25 years creating apprenticeships from scratch. I think it's really important that you bring employers to the table very early on. And one of the things, and I've sat on other panels talking about the sector skills councils here in India, I think if Kerala could, working with the SSCs, create almost a Kerala version of the sector skills council, albeit affiliated to the national bodies, I think that would help really get that conversation going. Because as the previous session was talking about, apprenticeships really is about aligning to the skills needs and the demands that industry has today, but also in the future. I think it's also important to stress that apprenticeships, yes, they may be about ensuring that people can do the job, but they are a form of education in the workplace. And this is always the balance that countries and skills ecosystems have to get between, if you like, the day-to-day demands of employers and ensuring that the apprentice is equipped with the transferable skills to be able to move not just within occupation or within the industry, but also potentially to move across industries as well. And this is something that's very, very important with the growth of transferable skills in areas like digital and IT. And actually, one of the reasons why I'm very confident that Kerala will continue to be a global leader and certainly a leader within India is because one of the ironies, I think, about the march of artificial intelligence and some of the debates that we're having now that I get invited to these expert debates about, is AI destroying jobs, will it create more jobs? Actually, in the end, the foundational skills of literacy and numeracy and oracy, these are the things actually that will never go out of business. Because if you have in your workforce through apprenticeships skill sets that are adaptable, that are agile, that really capture those foundational skills so they can be applied in a number of different settings, then clearly you are on to a winner. I'm conscious there are other far more distinguished people to talk than me, but I hope that just sets the scene for why apprenticeships are sold, they're not bought. The challenge for policymakers working with stakeholders is to get out there, make the case. But perhaps in the discussion we can come back to some of the levers that I've seen internationally, like wage subsidy, sector skills councils have an important role in terms of how we make that happen here on the ground more systemically for Kerala. Thank you again for the invitation.
Thank you, Tom, for setting the context in detail, and the moderator as well. So let me come to the question and why so important the work integrated learning, especially in the Kerala's perspective. See, our state is very unique, and our education system is very unique. I mean, not just in Kerala. If you take India as a country, and in I mean, if you compare with the markets or the countries, I mean, Thomas just mentioned even Germany or Australia, even UK. Here, soon after the school, we tend to go to the university. If you take Kerala, we have 500,000 students coming out from the school, 10 plus 2. Out of that, 45%, 500,000 put together all the three bots, state, CBSE and ICSE, close to 500,000. Out of that, 44% we consider and we estimate as our the gross enrollment ratio going to the universities. Traditionally, or not just traditionally, I mean, the one of the main objectives we used to consider the objective of the education is try to create employment opportunity or I mean, secure a good job soon after the graduation. This has been set as the a kind of blanket expectation from any course, from any university, for any student going to the school, college. But the last couple of years, not just couple of years. I mean, we have been talking about, I mean, the gap between education to employment. See, what exactly we are producing out of the universities, out of the colleges, and that are we able to meet the expectation of the employer? This is what I mean, stressing as one of the key issues of the education, the higher education, or especially the university education for India and even any other states, I mean, like Kerala. So the work integrated learning tried to address this from the scratch. That means the students have an opportunity right from the day one. If you take the apprenticeship model, the so-called apprenticeship model we applied in the UK or in Germany, the students they start working with the employer from the day one. In Kerala, I mean, we are yet to see that kind of models, but we have created the internship opportunities in our university, the Jain University. We started a bachelor's of vocation course. When we started the BVOC couple of years back, and we approached NSDC, and BVOC was one of the dying model in India, to be very frank. I mean, this is the same feedback we got from NSDC. Are you crazy to start BVOC? Because most of the universities started bachelor's of vocation, finding it difficult to, I mean, get students for the vocational model. But we managed to develop that model right from 300 students to 3,000 students studying in our bachelor's of vocation model. That model is purely apprenticeship embedded model. The students are getting half of the credit from the workplace, and they start the BVOC right from the year one itself. They start working with employees, and they do, I mean, they acquire all the, I mean, the required credit and qualification tracks from the workplace itself. But what exactly we are lacking in the state? I mean, creating this as a culture. I mean, now our culture is set. I mean, going to the university, studying all the 3 years or 4 years in a university, and going home is a typical Kerala culture, on typical Indian culture. I mean, the culture is getting, I mean, changed in a couple of other metro cities. But if you take Kerala as a state, we are expecting our kids to go to university, write exam, and I mean, come out with a degree after 3 or 4 years. We are not setting it as a culture. This is what we exactly try to address this issue. I mean, this is what exactly we need to change to build this work integrated learning, especially embedding apprenticeship and internship. Even our university, even for any normal course, you take any normal bachelor's, undergraduate, and postgraduate course, internship is mandatory, and we are making all the necessary steps for the students to acquire the the credits from the internship and export that credit to the academic degree. This is what we need. I mean, to bridge that gap. Then only we can create the the workforce that is meeting the employees' expectation. This is the real challenge of education. I mean, if you take, I mean, the real objective of education, just to I mean, the one key objective is finding the suitable employment for the graduates coming out, especially with the private universities, finding it more easy because the disruptions are happening in workplace on a day-to-day basis. You cannot, I mean, set your course outcome, the program outcome, your, I mean, the kind of the expectation well in advance. The reasons are many. I mean, we are talking about the future of jobs, the future jobs. This is something we need to address through the work integrated learning. That we can, I mean, take the expectation, the real expectation from the employer, try to, I mean, embed as a part of the course from the day one. This is a kind of atmosphere we are creating to create a future workforce from the state. So what we need is a kind of policy from the government to, I mean, to make it as a part of the academic degrees, and how do we integrate and create a ecosystem to earn necessary credits. It's a part of large public universities, keeping the private universities aside. And secondly, most importantly, how do we set this as a culture? You are going to the school or college, to earn a degree along with a necessary practical training, and that is not something cheap. This is something, creating a standard and create more awareness and more, glamour to this. This is what lacking to the most of the vocational courses. The students are not finding glamour to this course. I think, this is something we need from the government. This is something we need to address as a ecosystem. How do we create more, the tangible benefit to this work integrated learning? And that's all. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Tom. Thank you for sharing your views. Now we come to Aubrey and share your views about WIL.
Thank you for your intervention. Can I just request anyone on the sound council, console there, if you can avoid the echo that's happening. I don't know about the echo to you. Do you find there's an echo? We can't hear ourselves. Anyone on the sound console, can we do something about the echo? Just reduce this echo so we can have a normal conversation. Maybe just switch off the monitor on the stage. That might help. Yeah.
No, after this got switched off, now I'm hearing two sounds, like one your direct sound and one is the sound of the speaker, and two getting sandwiched with each other, and I'm not able to figure
Correct.
out.
Oh, I'm hearing three. Listen, if there's a sound engineer or someone responsible for the sound there, can you please see that we can rectify this so we can have a good conversation, an enjoyable session? Okay, we'll give it 60 seconds. Yeah, I'm keeping on rambling away just to make sure that we know it's being corrected. We can't even hear ourselves. That's a problem. Okay, let me see if I can draw my mic a little away. Is that clearer? Yes, it is clearer, so maybe that helps. It's something to do with physics, the laws of physics that I learned in school, and the resonance and the sound waves. But no, it's still echoing. Yeah, I'm just simply rambling away, talking about sound waves. Okay, so I'm Aubrey Aloysius. I'm in the creative economy today, but that was not true when I started off in life. And I want to talk about my journey in life to make it pertinent to the topic of this session: work integrated learning models, internships, and apprenticeships. How fortunate this generation is to have such a session. When I was young, I didn't have this. Let me tell you what I did. I re-engineered my life. I created my own internships. I created my own apprenticeship. At the age of 16, I went and did a job. I did sales. And I now know why sales is the most important task or skill. In the creative economy, we creators love to create excellence through our painting, through our music, through any of our product that we design and we create. With passion, we're very passionate when we create a product of excellence. But then we leave it there, and we think it'll sell on its own. The creative economy, and I'm an ex-international banker. I studied my way through college and worked. I learned while I earned, and I earned while I learned. And I did this from the age of 16. And that's the heart of internships, where you teach yourself the skills and keep yourself ready for life. Now, let me just share this with you. If there are any youngsters here, let me not disappoint you, but let me tell you this hard truth. A graduate certificate does not guarantee you a job. Okay? And in tomorrow's world, a graduation and a post-graduation will not do you good. What will do you good is skills, and the right skills that you'll be able to monetize at the end of your pathway. Here is what I'm trying to say, that internships and apprenticeships are meant to train you for the real world of results. If you're not goal-oriented and result-oriented, there'll be a misfit. And I'll tell you why I'm saying this. I speak as an employer. I've employed more than 10,000 people at a time. I speak as a voice of the industry. Everywhere I go, across industries, I hear this complaint. This workforce is not ready for work. Graduates are not trained before they leave their college, and they're not equipped how to fit into the industry. Consequently, there are no jobs. And there's this constant complaint with the employer saying, we can't hire, unhireable candidate. But the solution is this: work integrated learning models like internships and apprenticeships. And I would say there's a requirement of a requirement of a mind change and a mind shift in the students themselves. It's an attitude change. Everyone wants an internship and they want a certificate at the end of it, but they're not focusing on the learning process. They're not focusing on the equipment process, and that's a problem that India has. Sorry, Tom, you're hearing some stories about India, but that's the truth. And may I encourage the students of Kerala? The average person who walks into the work economy is roughly the age of 23, 25 after their graduation and post-graduation. I remember my school friend who did his PhD before working. Started working at the age of 29. Hey, that's not the way. Internships start. I started at 16. I created my own internship. The whole problem lies there in the approach. I was a dynamic young man or boy when I grew up, and that's the way I carved my life. I was an entrepreneur in my 30s. I have given employment to, I don't know, close to more than a lakh of students as an individual, more than a lakh of people. What we need is not just jobs. What we need is entrepreneurship. Startup India, Make in India actually wants our honorable Prime Minister and leadership want us to make entrepreneurs. You know who are entrepreneurs? They don't ask for jobs. They look to create jobs and give jobs. That in a nutshell. I'll continue in the next session.
Thank you very much, Aubrey. Can we have Subaramanji
Sure.
views as well?
Thank you, Sabina. I think very pertinent topic for today. And what better, we are tomming our way this afternoon. My views, if you go back to, say, the Taj Mahal or some of the beautiful temples that our country has had worldwide, some such structures that exist, great sculptures. You didn't have degrees that he talked about, certificates that he talked about for people to come in and start sculpting. What was required was ability to sculpt, and that took time to get skill. You had somebody who taught you how to chisel, somebody going around chiseling. It's a process, it's a journey. The key here is somebody willing to work together to produce that state of outcome or to arrive at the state of outcome from where large scale fast tuned production can take place. That process has been there, it's been age old. Like some of the co-panelists talked about, worldwide this is very prevalent. Talk about automobiles. Most of the high-end cars, car manufacturers have this. As an organization, we've also tried to experiment it in our company by way of bringing in interns as apprentices to get into IT jobs, and that's been working very well. The process must be fine to the industry, to the sector that you are in. It's not necessarily a singular process. The duration varies because the abilities that are required to get to the point of production vary. What's important also is as the apprentice gets ready, the ability for the ecosystem to still produce fine grained output while somebody is learning is the kind of maturity that's required to ensure that the outcome is not qualitatively any inferior is important. So which means you need to have structures in place to oversee kind of a supervisor, metrics around it, etc. to ensure that there's no compromise on quality while the apprentice is still learning. And for industries like us, which are into IT and services, it becomes even more important because the window to learn on the job and perform is very small. How do you deal with it is a nuance by itself. But that's where most of the jobs are heading, right? Services industries. So it's a fantastic model. I think we can talk about, unsure what else we have that's coming up. I'm happy and open to questions.
Thank you very much, Subaramanji. Febin, if you can also share in one or two sentences, why do you think work integrated learning is important?
So just now we were talking about the echo, right? And we're all saying, can somebody fix it? Talked about physics. I was just thinking that those are fundamentals, what we all study in school. Actually, some 10 of us should have run there and tried to fix it. But we don't know, right? Certain very, very simple things. I think it all starts there. We have these big initiatives, missions, talks, work integrated apprenticeships, etc. I fully agree that it is very important that the learners or the workforce should know how to do things on their own. And that's a process where they try to do things on their own. Unless we dirty our hands, somebody coming and telling us what it is will not really. While I'm donning the hat of EduTech today, I'm also from the industry. So I was just wondering, I mean, all of you know what Last Run Tutor does in the country, right? So there is huge opportunities. We need huge number of workforce, but we are not able to match the actual workforce that's coming out of the colleges. And we say that millions of engineers and other discipline graduates and postgraduates have come in, but why are we not able to tie them? So, so LAP itself felt that difference. I mean, the quality workforce that, as he was saying, how do you quickly put them to be productive? It's, I also feel this is a little bit skewed. Today, everybody wants to get into IT and coding, which is very quick, probably, to get to know and be productive. But there are also a lot of other areas where we need to have this, and we need people to be interested there, where they can go and do the hands-on. For example, I'll talk about welding also, or putting up, you know, all the lighting and all this. This is very important for our country as well. So what we started doing is going to colleges from first year, start telling them what the industry is. That's what we are doing. While it may not be exactly called work integrated because they'll still be students, but by the time they come to the final semester also, they should be able to know what they'll do when they go to and they'll also be clear. It should not be like, okay, there is an opportunity and I go, but it should be more like what can, like passion that Aubrey talked about. I think that's very important, whatever you do. You talked about sculpting, etc. So it's like first I have to be quality conscious in what I do, and then it all will automatically come. So I think that's the key for work integrator or apprenticeship once they have that attitude.
Thank you very much, Febin. You brought in a very interesting point, the importance of technicians. Like we are feeling it right here. We needed a sound technician so urgently. So there is no denying of this fact that vocational education institutions and students and apprenticeships are really required. We all have agreed that there is a disconnect between classroom learning and industry expectations. We know that. So Subbaraman, this question is for you. How do you think in today's world integrated learning models in India, like apprenticeship and internship, how are these bridging the gaps between classroom learning and industry expectations? And what more can be done? How can we improve it from your perspective?
Just to paraphrase, you talked about how do we bridge between classroom and industry, and how
Like
do
how good today's apprenticeship and internship
because
are
there's so
in
much of
bridging that.
echo.
We
Uh,
can't hear each other. I know that's it's more challenging for me because I have to listen to all of you. um, so how is it bridging the gap today? How effectively it is bridging the gap today, and what more can be done?
Sure. So I'll probably talk about the industry I represent, IT services, and how it's working, what more could be done. In our industry, as you would know, the tech is very fast, and customers' expectations change even faster. Those that come into our industry need to acclimatize themselves with the new technology, make sure that they're able to produce high quality output from an IT standpoint and deliver. There are multiple variables. Technology is changing, somebody's got to learn that quickly too, which means there's got to be somebody to teach that newly emerging, changing technology to whoever is coming in. So this model, the way it works, I mean, has been working traditionally is like what Fabian was saying. Generally, organizations go into the colleges as early as possible. If it's an engineering college, the fourth year, and sometimes into the third year as well. Try and have a few papers that are related to the technology that's coming up. Now, that's still classroom work. There's a finishing school that's required. So what most organizations do is they try and have the finishing school once they become. This model slightly changed to the last semester in the program being spent in the organization. So many organizations have got systems and processes, some leveraging the government programs. Now, this is still a transition from classroom to industry. The structure doesn't necessarily exist that can be replicated in a large scale because each industry, each sector and each industry, there's a lot of variation. So there's micro level skilling or interning that's required given the nature of technology. So what we as an organization do is we get them skilled for 3 months at our premises and then bring them onto production. Now this is if assuming you have certain basic abilities and there's somewhat undoing that's required because when you come in from an education system which probably has a date learning, the newer technologies do not necessarily suit you. So there's a little bit of undoing that's required there as well. The undoing process takes time. This, in my view, has to change, and we have to get better at it. The second thing we've experimented is why stay here? Why not go back into schools? Because for our industry, we believe we don't necessarily require degrees to perform entry-level jobs. So we've started going to schools. During the introduction, we talked about Tech B as a program, right? That program aims to do this. It gets high-performing 12 standard folks into our organization through a 1 year skilling. 6 to 8 months of it, depending on the nature of the job, is internship. Hands-on on the job that she or he is going to be doing. That's Now, for this, it's not sufficient that you teach them in a classroom. They got to be performing on the floor. They got to be learning. This is enabled by the government to some extent. So there are certain governmental interventions that come in to facilitate this. Now, what happens is with this, the depth increases, but the breadth of the learning doesn't necessarily be high. So what we have to do, and we as an organization are doing, is we work with partner universities to provide higher education.
to enhance their learning. The likes of IITs, learning, etc. Part group with who these students, these interns, once they become employed with us, can enroll with them for higher education. So what happens is there's a continuum in learning, and the work that they do is also seen as credit outputs for the university. So the real classroom learning that you necessarily have to do normally gets reduced because you're working, and the work itself is considered learning. So that's how the structure is. I think further evolution of the structure, making it fine-tuned, will make this program a success, not just for us as an organization, for the industry. And I'm sure other industries will have their own mechanisms that they can try and come out with.
Thank you very much. That was very interesting. Some of the interesting aspects you talked about, how work can also be learning while they can learn while working. So, interesting aspects of not just work integrated learning, but also work and academia integrated learning. So, very interesting conversation here. Now, come to Tom, Professor Tom. Uh, you brought a very interesting aspect about apprenticeship that was a very different lens I heard about today. Like people use apprenticeship for reskilling and upskilling even in the middle of their career. That's not how apprenticeship is seen in India. So you have a view of apprenticeship model in India, and you have seen the world and the global apprenticeship models. Indian models have been derived from the global models. So I want to understand from you, from the academic perspective, what evidence have you seen that apprenticeship really helps in improving employability and employment and learning capacity of students, and how that can apply to India in general and Kerala in particular?
As you say, I think the definition of apprenticeship or the view of apprenticeship amongst different societies is shifting. So the traditional view, I guess, is that apprenticeships was either for young people, or in some societies we still see the idea that apprenticeships is for the less academically able. But actually what I'm seeing in terms of some of the world leading models that I'm working with around the world is the breaking down really of this false distinction between applied learning, learning by doing, and the theoretical underpinning that's needed for all sorts of occupations and jobs. You mentioned your time at school doing physics. It's good to see that's still lived on in relation to some comments about we could have technician apprenticeships here in sound. That's an occupation apprenticeship that I helped create when I was the Chief Executive of the Sector Skills Council in the UK for the creative and cultural industries. But really I want to come back to this point, and it speaks to your question about shifting perceptions of apprenticeship, because in the UK, one of the biggest advances, I think, in helping to change the public's mind about apprenticeship, for example, not just being about the practical trades, not just being about young people, is the fact that we have what we call now an all-age, all-levels apprenticeship model. So let me just unpack that briefly. The all-age obviously means that the apprenticeship levy, which is a subsidy that the government uses to fund the off-job training for apprenticeship, that can be accessed whether you're a 16-year-old coming out of compulsory schooling and going into the workforce into an apprenticeship, or you're a 60-year-old. So there's no age barrier on who can do an apprenticeship. So that's a very important way of creating the idea that you're never too old to skill and upskill. As I pointed out, I spent years in the workforce system running an organization. I left university myself with a master's in my early 20s. It's only really in my early 50s that I went back to university and did a PhD in skills and workforce policy. So you're never too old, to retrain. So I think that's a really important principle. I think the other big advance, and not just in the UK, but we're seeing this now in the US. In fact, I helped organise the International Centre for the Apprenticeship Degree Conference at Oxford University 2 weeks ago, where we had a global gathering of policymakers and industry leaders who are really pioneering this idea of the apprenticeship degree. So I just want to mention that from the stage, because again, it's about this point of how do we change perceptions? Because historically, in a lot of countries, there's been this idea you either go into work, you create your opportunity, internship, apprenticeship, or you go through the academic route and you go on to university and you kind of, I mean, I find it still bizarre in the 21st century that we have a model of post-compulsory education that says we need to turn degrees into jobs rather than actually turning our jobs into degrees. And that's why the degree apprenticeship, I think, is a really innovative model, because it also breaks down both the glass ceiling, you can go from entry-level apprenticeship all the way up to bachelor and master level apprenticeships with degree apprenticeships. But I think, in some societies, and England famously has this class system, tried to bring it to India all those years ago. But, it's about also, I think, breaking down those economic barriers. Anyone should be able to do an apprenticeship, but at any age. The question then is, how do you create the ecosystem to do that? And just briefly, I think it starts with reform of upper secondary education. When you look at some of the world-leading systems, Switzerland, Germany, they have work experience weeks. There is a culture of employers offering those opportunities for young people. I think there's also a role for wage subsidy, particularly for the youth apprenticeship angle, because by definition, if you're a novice, the employer is not getting the return on their investment straight away. So the role of government can be to subsidise, initially anyway, the wages, which is then an incentive for the employer to take on apprentices. I see that as a very successful model around the world. Thank you.
No, thank you for sharing that. Many insightful ideas for India and apprenticeship for all ages. I mean, I will take that away from this conversation. Um, Next, I would move to Febin. So, from L&T EduTech's perspective, what are the critical success factors for academia industry linkage, and how can we ensure that work integrated learning reaches women and rural learners?
From L&T EduTech, when we connected with colleges or universities, we found most of the times the curriculum that's there in the university, it's actually not really up to what the industry needs today. So people like us, so while it is EduTech, we're, as I said, coming from the industry, there are a lot of interesting things that happens in the industry, and we are ready to open these immersive learning for the students. So the linkage as such should be that the whatever is being taught in the university should directly be linked to what the industry wants. Many a times that doesn't happen, and it's just the hype that's there, and probably a lack of understanding, or as I said, it may be like what there is not proper conversations that might happen across. Like while there are universities that are very futuristically thinking about what can be done for our country, but there are also gaps wherein a lot of bureaucracies set in, and actually, to be honestly speaking, curriculum is totally not up to what we want. And there are a lot of government initiatives that have come up. The new education policy or the national education policy that we're talking about gives a lot of flexibility. So, of course, I'm not getting into the government policies also. There are a lot of things that we can link. And what I'm finding is in Kerala as such, there are a lot of platforms that have come up. We've studied, I think, what European and Canada models are. But at the same time, personally, I find that it's not consolidated, even at the national level. If you see the industry, what they need, and the academia linkage, there are a lot of talk going on in terms of this gap persists, still it persists. But in terms of the demand supply, there still is a lot of things to be done. I think the one thing that we should do is
do away with a lot of other factors, but can we consolidate everything industry-wise, pick up the institutions, ensure that entire student community or the future workforce is aligned to that. So we have Gati Shakti coming up. We have so much of Viksit Bharat we are talking about. I'm not using the political words, but what I'm saying is it's mostly for our country that we need to go there. But I find there is a gap in consolidation. So, when we go to universities and say, hey, pick up this batch, I'm going to specialize them in metro construction, or I'm going to specialize them in AI. So then what happens when they come out, they know what they're supposed to do. So we find this gap, and I think this has become a movement now, and a lot of things are happening. But I still feel it should all come together. In Kerala, you asked at the beginning also the workforce. Personally, I feel the movement to other countries, how can we really hold them up here and see a lot of things happening in the country, because this is one state where the literacy is very high. And whether we can do that, I think that's going forward.
Of course, I think Kerala can lead the way in industry, academia linkages. I want to come to Aubrey, to you now. You represent a very interesting industry, creative industry. And how do you see work integrated models in your industry? Have you seen examples? What you think can work at the national level and what can scale at Kerala level?
That's a very good question. Just one question. How many of us have gone through internship in our life? Anyone? High up. I want to see your hands here. It's a large audience. Hey, great. Give yourself a clap. It'll keep us all awake in the speech. All right. So I wanted to make sure that you're listening, you're able to hear this through this echo. Thank you for your response. Oh, we've had a very, very interesting journey. You know, we are in the creative economy, and I'm in God's own country, which is rich in creativity. You know, when you look at the arts that you have, the Mohiniyattam, you're rich in culture, you're rich in music. And I'm so glad that I'm here sitting in your midst. And I believe Kerala is a microcosm of what India will be as a macrocosm. And that's the experiment. I mean, I'm going to announce a few things here. So pay attention and please spread this news wide. Okay. So, by the way, I originate from Kerala. I'm a Kerala diaspora, born and brought up. I mean, origin in Kerala, born and brought up in Bombay, born, bred, buttered, and jammed in Bombay, and now toasted and cheese in Delhi NCR. So I've got a very national perspective. Okay. Um, Before we go out on the nation, to touch upon your national point, 28 states and 8 union territories, I believe Kerala holds a great potential as a model for the nation, and that's what we are doing. We began to experiment with music education, completely disrupting it. Why music education? Because I believe it's the lowest hanging fruit among the various art forms. If I ask, and yesterday I did this, I don't want to do it here. 100% in the room will say, I love music. Nobody will say, I hate music. And then if you ask this question, how many of you tried learning an instrument and gave up? 98 to 99% will say, there you are. 98 to 99% will say, yes, I tried learning music, but I gave up. Maybe 1%. Yesterday was 2%. So this is a national reality. And so what we did was we decided to disrupt this, and I'll share the connection with internship here. We went down to the grassroots level of schools. Schools were not willing to adopt it. Schools do not have a policy for music education. We had to go to the government and knock on the doors of the government. It took us 15 years to then bring about a change in policy. So there's a big role between A, policy making, that's the government, B, academia, C, industry, and of course, the most important constituent is the population, okay? The students, the workforce. So here is the thought I want to leave in the room. Imagine a musician, say, teaching or playing the violin or playing the keyboard or the piano, and online using technology, digital platform, teaching a student in Canada music, how will play music. And at the same time, connecting with an ad agency in Dubai and creating a tune for that ad film that is in the making, all while sitting in Kerala, all while living here. So you have an opportunity that is sans borders. It's music or creative economy that sans borders for Kerala to export its art across the world. We've had models where we've got teachers training, and let me just expand on this, and I'm going to come to internship in a short. To kickstart this model in Kerala, I have yesterday, and I'm announcing here today, we are launching 10,000 internships in creative economy, 10,000 internships to graduate and postgraduate students in this year. And to answer to Tom's statistics that he mentioned, 3 to 4% is the statistics in UK. The figure in India, Tom, is about 1 million graduate and postgraduate students in Kerala. That's translating to about 10 lakhs. We need to aim for about 30 to 40,000 internships per annum. This 10,000 is just a start. We aim to increase it to about 30 to 40,000 per annum. And for this, I've asked the Kerala government's help through its various institutions. We're tying up with universities, colleges, and schools. So this is the practical outworking of this project. Another point that Tom mentioned is skilling doesn't start and end with schools or college students, but it can go on through a lifetime. And Jolie or job opportunities are lacking, and therefore here is the opportunity where we are actually giving a training for music education advisors, and there's 10,000 of such opportunities to train and equip them, even if they are past their retirement age in a government job or any other job. They have an opportunity to be retrained. Kerala is a very creative state, and they can look at expanding that particular, economy. So two things: internships and apprenticeships start early, and we're doing it and offering it to 10,000 graduate and postgraduate students from this year. But most important, internship and apprenticeship don't end with college students. Anyone beyond college can take the opportunity to be a music education advisor, get trained, get certified, and continue their life, even if they're past retirement. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We have only 5 minutes now, I have been told. I'm keeping all these audience from their lunch. So I would really request to be like lightning speed responses now. So I have one question from Tom, from you, Tom Joseph. So let's talk about students for who this entire program is designed. How do you see that work integrated learning models are really improving their confidence, employability, and employment skills? And what metrics prove that?
Of course, that's a very interesting question. In fact, the all context is basically underlining to one, problem statement. How do you produce timely, relevant graduate? It's all about how do you make them learn by doing. This is what the apprenticeship system or so-called internship system trying to address. So the system is pretty new in India, not like any other markets like UK or Germany or even other European markets. Here, the primary focus is basically to acquire the primary skill set, not the reskilling or upskilling, because most of our kids are, taking up the internship or apprenticeship-based courses for acquiring a primary skill set. The context is very clear. It's all about. How do you make a pizza, and the core bread is same, and you have the complete flexibility to add any toppings based on the employers. You can customize based on the sectors. You can customize your pizza by adding the relevant skill set you need, and adding the relevant competencies, and what will they need from education from the course. It's definitely adding confidence right from the beginning. They start working with the employees and the employer ecosystem, and rather than focusing on learn while you learn, you're focusing on learn by doing. That means the day one itself, the learning process starts. What exactly we are lacking here? Having a robust assessment system in place. How do you assess the skill sets, or the kind of competencies you develop from the workplace, and how do you export the same into a formal degree or academic degree, a part of the vocational degree? This is what we are lacking here. See, us, if you are able to solve that to you. I mean, having a robust system in place and having a proper mentor system in place. See, most of the since the system is very new in India, and we don't have the proper mentor-mentee system for the apprenticeship, and we don't have the so-called incentives from the government to motivate apprenticeship as a part of culture from any company for that employees, I mean, as a part of culture, as a part of their primary agenda. They're busy, I mean, their business or busy recruiting from the school, the colleges and universities soon after they graduate the degree, but they are not looking at the larger problem. How do you create the future workforce? So as if we are able to, I mean, fix these issues, how do we create a robust assessment system in place, and how do we create a proper mentor-mentee system? And definitely, it's adding value to the any students coming to this, in this model right from the beginning, compared to any other academic degree. And coming back to the previous statement, how do we, I mean, promote this as a part of culture, as a part of, I mean, the kind of attitude, and how do you encourage student to take, I mean, apprenticeship-based courses rather than going to the college 3 years or 4 years and a degree? How do you create this as a culture from the day one? This is what we are lacking as a part of the large ecosystem. And this is, this cannot be done by university or a number of universities. I mean, we need a kind of policy in place to, create a robust system for assessing and formally accepting that credit and formally recognizing what you're earning from the workplace is something great. And you will have some sort of, I mean, kind of privilege when you go to the workforce after your graduation. Or I'm creating opportunities for the students. I mean, doing the internship or apprenticeship, the same employer itself. Going back to my PISA statement, how do you create, I mean, very bespoke courses for an employer, for a sector, by adding the right ingredients, by embedding the right skill set, having a right competency framework in place, and that will, I mean, eventually solve our the problem statement for a long time. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Tom. I know. So this is like a lightning last closing one statement, 15 seconds each. What is one thing that Kerala can do to become a leader in work integrated learning models, its execution and capitalizing on the impact and creating a pathway for the rest of the country? What is one thing that Kerala can do? Just if we can have one statement from all of you, each one of you. Oh.
Thank you. Let's talk about the money side of things, because it is all about the money at the end of the day and the investment that either employers are putting in or the government, or indeed what I call a co-investment model. It should be a partnership really between government and employers. I think when we look around the world, the reason why the UK, Germany, Switzerland, Scandinavian countries, I think, have very successful apprenticeship models is because policymakers took a difficult decision about the idea of saying that if you leave it just to the free market, employers will not individually invest to the level that is required. And the reason for that is because in a commodity labor market, every employer thinks that somebody else is doing the training and the skilling. All they have to do is offer through the pay system a market rate to get the skill into the business. The challenge is what happens if that other employer or that other academic institution or practical institute is not doing the training. That's when you get a skill shortage. That's when you get bottlenecks. And actually that's bad for the economy because it holds the economy back. So I think if there's one idea I'd leave with you is the idea of sector-based levies, where employers in the UK, for example, it's the very large employers, they pay 0.5% of the annual payroll into the national apprenticeship pot. It raises about £3.5 billion. That money is used to fund the off-the-job training. And in some cases, it's used to also subsidize the wages. I think these collective forms of investment are really, really important. And, as I say, when you look around the world and you see the more successful models of apprenticeship, they do have a universal financial mechanism attached to them. So that would be my takeaway.
Thank you very much. That was a brilliant, brilliant suggestion. I am being asked to close the session because we are way out of time. So I'm so sorry I won't be able to go over everyone. But thank you very much. I had so many questions, such a lively conversation that was going on. And I think we could have talked about so many things. Yes. Okay.
Mission to be accomplished. I come from the creative economy, so I want to say this to represent my economy. We would like to see Kerala as a creative Silicon Valley of India and of the world. The
Of course.
creative Silicon Valley. If that's a one statement
Of
takeaway.
course, of course. No, thank you very much. I hope we will be able to gather all the insights and convert it into a work integrated learning models and playbook. And I would end with one last statement. Every child deserves a classroom, and every youth deserves a workplace and a dignified livelihood. Thank you very much. Thank you all the panelists for joining this and staying longer for this conversation to end. We're so sorry for going a little over time. We started late, and I will not keep you from your lunch. Thank you so much, and I'll hand over to the host.
Thank you, and I'm very sure, like just like Surisa told, it's the mindset that must change because we have a lot of opportunities, but most of us go for internship just for the sake of a certificate. And with that, I request the moderator to present the mementos to Mr. Tom Joseph and Ms. Febin MF. Ma'am, please. Ms. Febin. Thank you once again. We'll be resuming the sessions back at sharp 2 o'clock. So I request the audience to be back at 2 after lunch. Thank you. session now. In an interconnected world, talent knows no borders. From healthcare to technology, Indian professionals are shaping industries across continents. This session on global mobility of skilled workers bring together who will answer these critical Irudaya Rajan, Professor, Center for Development Studies, Mr. Gabriel Gubrado, Skill Specialist, ILO, Ms. Keiko Inau, Practice Manager for Education, South Asia, World Bank, Mr. Professor Tom Lewick, Professor of Skills and Workforce Policy, UK, and Mr. Akhil CS, Program and Research Lead, Loka Kerala Sabha Secretariat. The moderator for the session is Mr. Sajid Viraj, Associate Director, Grant Thornton, Bharat LLP. I request all the dignitaries to join us on the dais. Handing over the session to Mr. Sharad, sir, please.
Thank you. So, very warm good afternoon to everyone. It's indeed a very interesting topic to be discussed as part of the skill conference because due to many reasons. Once, as you know, Kerala has been historically a kind of a cosmopolitan city with global connectivity with Far East, Middle East, uh, global trade winds and all those things, which later helped us to somewhere almost called synonymously as a remittance-based economy where the Keralites traveled across the world with Kerala's remittance contribution contributing to somewhere around 20% of the state's GDP. So Kerala had an edge on it. And with that, with developing new skills, Kerala trying to be a knowledge economy, working on the skills mindsets, getting enough job opportunities to match these skill requirements would definitely need more capabilities in terms of global mobility. So with that, we have a very interesting panel with multiple perspectives. We have Akhil CS. I welcome Akhil CS, who is a program and research head, Loka Kerala Sabha, one of the entities part of the government of Kerala, which tries to connect the diaspora with the Kerala's various developmental initiatives. Welcome, Akhil. Then we have Gabriel Bodado, who is a skill specialist from ILO, who can bring us a lot of worker labor related aspects in terms of the global mobility scenario. We have Kiko Inoue, who is a practice manager for education, South Asia, World Bank. She can bring a lot of perspectives and hands-on experiences which we've done in the mobility, global mobility, people mobility space. And we have Tom Bewick, who is a professor of skills and workforce policy, who can give us both from an academic and theoretical perspective, along with his practical exposure in the field. So, with such a diverse and wonderful lineup of speakers, I would quickly like to get into the discussion as early as possible, as we have some time limitations. So the topic is about global mobility of skilled workforce. So I would like to understand the take of the panel members on the aspect of the term of global mobility itself. So when we look at global mobility, what are the numbers which we are, if you can share us something, some insights on what is the number which we are talking about, and what is per se global mobility, what percentage of people are really mobile, or are people really attached or anchored to their homeland and all. So what is happening in the global mobility phase? To give us the context for the larger discussion, I would ask. I think you can start. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be here. This is my fifth and final session, so I've made it through the Global Skills Summit. I'll jump on a plane early tomorrow morning to get back to the UK, but it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you to the organisers. Thank you to the esteemed panel. It's an absolute privilege to join. As you can probably tell from the greying hair that I'm sort of in my fifth decade, and I reflect back on those decades and think about how the world has changed just in those few short years, or it feels like a few short years. You know, when I was born in the 1970s, the global population was half the size it is today. Now we have 8 billion people in the world. That's an unprecedented demographic change, unparalleled in human history. When I was growing up in the 80s and 90s, joined the workforce in the 90s, really there was very little global mobility, certainly not on the scale that we see today. It's obviously it was pre even freedom of movement, as it's known, when the UK was a member of the European Union. And in those days, mobility really was seen more from the perspective of the free movement of capital. There's very little about the free movement of labour. That doesn't mean to say there were not always countries, because of their historical ties, Britain being an obvious one, that was very open to Commonwealth countries, and that's why I'm privileged to live in a country, multicultural, multiracial country these days, which there's a huge diaspora here from India that live and have brought their children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren up in the UK. But today, I think we've moved on from that traditional model, and we're seeing really some trends emerge where, as we speak, there are something like 250 million people around the world who are on the move in some form or other. I won't go into the detail because that group can be segmented. Obviously, there are those who are, part of a professional legal migratory route. Obviously, we have, because of the geopolitical tensions, lots of movement around refugees and asylum seekers as well, all of whom are looking for a better life and better opportunity. And who can blame them? Because I do believe it's deep in our human DNA to always want the best for ourselves and the best for our families. But that's often a difficult debate to have, particularly in countries that increasingly that are erecting barriers to global mobility. But I'll just briefly touch on, I think, 4 emerging trends that we're seeing in relation to the global skills race and the global mobility challenge. We're seeing actually increasingly circular migration, where professionals increasingly move temporarily between countries. I think that creates many opportunities, but it also creates potentially some challenges for all countries. You know, one of the interesting things about, and I've spent time living and working abroad, even in an advanced economy, a Western European country like Britain, once you've left, even for a temporary time, to come back and resettle, to get a credit reference agency to apply to a general practitioner to get on that, it creates a lot of barriers for people who are in that circular migration route. We're also, obviously we're in a country that's defined as part of the global south. We're seeing increasingly south-south migration. I think that's an important trend, between the Gulf states, Southeast Asia, Latin America, India, and so on. We're also seeing, again, I think this is on the back of 5 decades of that more traditional model of developing countries exporting skills and people to the more developed countries. We're seeing now return migration. So we're seeing those children and grandchildren, great-grandchildren of first-generation Indian immigrants in Britain coming back with their entrepreneurship, their business ideas, their family connections, and creating economic growth here in countries like India. And then finally, another trend, but it's very sporadic. I haven't yet seen a comprehensive overview actually of this, but we're seeing what's described as digital nomadism. And it's interesting, given Kerala's great reputation in many sectors like IT and digital, the extent to which I think currently there's not at the federal level or at the state level a digital nomad visa, but that might be something to consider going forward, because particularly Gen Z, and I'll finish on this point only because my oldest child is a Gen Zer. He's set up a tax-free business in Dubai, but he's now living in Cape Town, South Africa. He's a YouTube influencer, so that gives you a sense of his kind of perspective on the world. It's called Next Gen if you want to go and look it up. It's, being a Gen Z, talking about the issues that are occupying Gen Z, but they're a very mobile generation, and they think not just within, say, traditional country-to-country work experience. They're thinking multiple countries, and they're also thinking of ways. So, you know, I'm not sure as a UK taxpayer, I approve of my son not paying his taxes in the UK, but I think it gives you a sense of how increasingly, you know, this isn't just about the big global capital companies that are looking to profit shift to find the cheapest place to set up operations. Increasingly, individuals themselves looking for the cheapest place to relocate and carry on their business. So they're just some of the trends I hope will be useful, and we'll get into more deeply as part of the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Responding to your question about what is the indicative figure, it depends probably on whose data. But the International Labour Organization data says that it's around 460 million globally. I think it drastically reduced during the time of COVID. But let me just backtrack, saying that the question of why is ILO into global migration? And just to give you a background, ILO, or the International Labour Organization, is a UN agency which has 187 member states, and India is one of the original 13 members. It's one of the oldest agencies of the UN, which really focus on social justice towards decent work. That's the reason why migration is one key interventions that I was looking at. Given the importance of the number that really have to have decent work and social justice, we have just ILO develop labor standards towards occupational safety, minimum wage, the right to bargain. These are the key principal conventions that ILO has developed. And in terms of migration, there are three major labor standards that has been developed since 1990s. I think I would you can just Google the exact name, but it's around the Convention 40, Convention 1, Convention 70, Convention 143, Convention 181, and Convention 189. 189 is very important to India because it's the convention for domestic workers. Domestic workers number in India is going high, and basically it has been agreed by the 187 member states of ILO to have a standard for domestic workers. Other than that, there's some convention on maritime, the STCW convention, which uh, harmonized the Maritime Labor Convention of 2006. So these initiatives from the 187 member states really give importance to the migrant workers. So basically, I will elaborate as we go on. Or
Thank you. Thank you, Team Skill Conclave, for this opportunity. I represent MUCA Department, Government of Kerala. It's a five-year migration, subnational migration governance. It's a model that have been, followed across the Indian states and other countries as well. So I'd be touching upon few aspects my previous speakers have also pointed out. So when we talk about data,
Can you hold it a bit closer?
yeah, when we talk about data, data in migration is itself is a huge question mark, because migration is one discourse in which we find dearth of quality data. Uh, we find it difficult to attract even researchers to migration discourse with good quality data, because business migration serves the interest of capital and the geopolitical interest and sovereignty interest, etc. So countries are often reluctant to share quality data apart from World Bank data and some of the ILO statistics. We find we do not have quality or reliable international migration statistics. Even in the state of Kerala also, we often rely on Kerala migration surveys to portray some sort of statistics on international migration. That's one of the biggest challenges we face in the governance as well as in research. And when we come to the migration in the global south, the, it happens in phases. There were endangered migration, then there were kind of temporary labor movements to other south-south migration happened. Then people more prefer to move to the Western world on a permanent basis. And that includes the student migration trend that we have experienced. We could say we are in the fourth stage of international migration from the global south. As my previous speaker pointed out, it is a short-term phenomenon. It will be a short-term phenomenon, and super short-term. I mean, it will be like it could even be 3 months or 6 months or 1 year migration, and it will be a circular migration as well. People will move, come back, then move again for work. That creates a lot of governance challenges for the governments and even subnational governments as well. I'll be touching upon those challenges at the later stage from a perspective of NOCA. And another aspect I would like to touch upon in this phase is, you know, uh, when we have this sort of fourth generation migration, the major challenge is the international agreements we have. We have global compact for migration and a lot of multilateral agreements, regional process like Colombo process, Bali process, and Abu Dhabi dialogue. So none of these agreements are valid now. Countries are operating bilaterally. Almost all skill agreements are being operated bilaterally. So yeah, I'd like to stop here.
Please,
So, Srath, I'm going to answer your question by just saying there are two numbers that I wanted to refer to. One is 700 million, and the other one is 600 million. And let me explain what those numbers mean. So you know the global demographic picture. You know that in high-income countries and middle-income countries, increasingly, we don't have enough workers. I come from Japan, where we have a severe shortage of workers. So the 700 million, first of all, is the number of workers that are needed to be imported by high-income and middle-income countries by the year 2050 if they are to maintain a ratio of 2.5 workers for every one person who's above the age of 65 years old. I know that's a mouthful, but it basically means you need more workers to contribute to the economy to sustain and support an aging population. 700 million people needed by the year 2050 in high-income and middle-income countries. On the other hand, I mentioned the number 600 million. That's the number of workers that the rest of the world can lose, send abroad, before those countries start to experience a shortage of labor. It means there's excess labor in many of the countries that'll be sending labor to the high income and middle income countries. So 700 and 600 million, but it still means that even if you sent all of the available labor without creating a shortage challenge in the sending countries, you would still have a gap of 100 million workers in high income and middle income countries. The pictures are just going to have a labor shortage in those countries. And two of the countries that have the biggest gap, it's Japan with about 50 million estimated, and the next one is the United States, with about 48 million estimated. So just some numbers for us to keep in mind.
Great. So very interesting points talking about huge numbers, 700 million. So the big answer, the big question and big answer is mobility is there to exist and still going to be a key driver for both developing and developed economies in terms of providing labor and also for this thing. But the cross section of mobility, like most of us talked about, Gabriel talked about the household, the services market, and also this high-end talent mobility. So, are there any differences in these different cross sections which we look at? We cannot deal the entire mobility as Tom suggested
as a single bracket. But where should Kerala focus in that game, or let's say India, when India is trying to be to be a talent pool for the decade? As practitioners and theorists, where should Kerala ideally focus given its edge over it? And what are the skill sets which the state should strive to impart to the young talent to take it up? Some quick, so I think we are pressed with time. So some quick response on these things.
In terms of Kerala, I think it's about focusing on a world without borders. What I mean is work that can transcend borders, like digital work, platform work, gig economy work, that doesn't necessarily require the outward migration of people to other parts of the world. I mean, we live in a time when I think, ironically, the sort of post hyper-globalization world where we're seeing new barriers being erected, not least with I hope that's not President Trump to tell me off about the tariffs he's implementing, but it just gives you a sense of the world is in a very different place from where it was just a decade or so ago, where I absolutely agree with the speakers on the panel here that with aging demographics, with fertility rates tumbling, many even developing countries, never mind so-called advanced high-income countries, the laws of economics, the laws of demographics, the laws of social welfare dictates that whatever countries think about levels of immigration to their jurisdictions, the fact is they're going to need those workers to sustain the aging populations. And interestingly, Japan, historically, although I think this is changing, has not been a pro-immigration country. You see that percentage of foreign-born workers, it's very low. It's in single digits, whereas in the UK, 1 in 5 workers were not born in the UK; they were born overseas. So, I think the challenge, though, for domestic policymakers, and look, before I ran workforce bodies and had a parallel career as a politician in the UK. I always say about politicians, politics always ends in failure. So it's just as well I had the primary career. But it does mean that I have some understanding of the challenge for policymakers, particularly in so-called Western countries, where they have domestic populations that are actually very pro legal migration. Britain actually is a very pro-immigration country. You look at all the surveys, but there's a sense of there's something about the global migratory system, asylum, refugee convention, etc., that it isn't working for those countries. So it's increasingly what we're seeing is a debate about the quality of international migration. And indeed, this is something that the ILO has been focused on for many years. To ensure that in this great migration of workers across borders, we don't see arbitrage and exploitation, whether that's construction workers in the Middle East or workers that are exploited in terms of being undocumented. So there's a range of very complex problems. But just coming back to Kerala, I think those parts of the world that really cultivate skills in their workforces to work from anywhere, but not necessarily to geographically locate. And that's one of the great things about new technology. The Victorians coined this idea of the steam age brought the annihilation of distance. I think that process in the global economy is still going on. It's just that annihilation of distance is no longer about transcending physical distances. It's about how you transcend borders through the interconnections that come with this digital technology, which is why AI is such a really interesting development, because potentially that is a great leveler for countries around the world.
Yeah. Regarding your question, I would not directly respond on what sector, what occupation or qualification do Kerala want to go into migration. But just to give you a context, like it was raised yesterday, today, that Kerala has the high literacy rate, highest educational qualifications, but underemployed workers. So it's more of I have qualifications, but I am underemployed. And that's true to migration, particularly internal migration or a global migration. Given the context also that Madam Keiko was saying, at any given time, there's a need for migrant workers. So using or maximizing the advantage of Kerala to be educated, to be highly literate, the question now is on the barriers of global migration. I my my take here is that uh, most of the sending countries really don't have or don't have a strengthened labor market information. Even I'm from the Philippines. 10, 15 years ago, our skilled workers who are highly qualified would go into an entry level because they don't know what is the requirement down in that country of destination. So that I think Kerala would really look at increasing the number from 2.5 million, which was the figure yesterday, to a higher level. I think there should be a good working labor market information. The second point is which we are advocating in ILO is the formal recognition of qualification, meaning you are highly qualified, but you go down to the lower level. So I think like we are now working on uh, mutual recognition of skills between countries and multilateral. And now that's the reason why we are advocating in South Asia to implement the South Asia Regional Qualification Framework. This framework would really help India, Kerala in particular, to have recognition that would lead to formal recognition of the qualifications earned by Kerala citizens. Over to you.
Yeah, one sector in which Kerala has a historic advantage is our health sector. And in the post-COVID period itself, we are actually witnessing a large scale demand for our health workers and care workers across Europe and other developed countries. But the question is that we at NOCA we are a government-run recruitment agency as well. So we only managed to recruit around 1,500 health workers per year. But around minimum 50,000, 60,000 health workers or care workers are working from Kerala. Then based on that, we could actually connect with the recognition of prior learning and skill matching system we have. It's true that ILO has LMIS and all other information system, but do we have access to all those information, labor market information systems that have been set up by the international organizations? No. There are no such dissemination of information systems existing in the countries. And even though Kerala is a major migrant sending state from India, we do not have access to these things. That is a major challenge. Then obviously most of our engineers are working as carers in UK and Canada. So skill matching is another major challenge we face. When we try to identify new markets and what are the new skills required, we find it enormous. We find enormous challenges, including identification of jobs that actually ensure safe migration. Uh, we could say that people are moving through various regular and irregular channels, but from Kerala, we would like to ensure that everyone should migrate through a safe and regular channels by ensuring by receiving a proper skill training. That is a challenge.
Yeah. If you can just conclude, maybe we are shorting. So let's talk about some practical things which we discussed offhand, which you think could be connected to the question, so that we get some practical way. So all of us talked about lack of information, formalization of education and recognition, and Tom discussed on how different sectors need to have a thing and how the digital nomadism to live and all. So probably something like a winding up statement. If you can connect everything and give us a summary, that would be great.
Sounds good. So the going back to that number 7 million, which is the number of workers that are needed in the high income and middle income countries, we actually have estimated, and our analysis is showing that they're actually mid-level skilled occupations. So not low skilled, not high skilled, but mid-skilled. And in a particular sector that's going to be needed is health, as you've indicated, and aged care, because you're going to take care of this aging population in the receiving country. We're also seeing employment opportunities in infrastructure. We see it in tourism. We see it in agribusiness. I always forget the last one. And value-added manufacturing. That's really important, actually. So those are the sectors that we're really looking into and trying to facilitate the labor mobility and labor exchange. Now, in terms of practical things to do, one initiative from the World Bank that I'm really excited to share about is one that's called the Global Skills Partnership, where instead of informal flows of migrants and labor moving from one country to another, we encourage governments to enter into very formal agreements where we conduct a labor market needs analysis. We really try to understand what is the needs in the receiving country, where the sectors where the jobs are needed, and then we match that with the sending country, and we work with institutions to make sure that people are being trained for those fields. We also encourage governments to agree on legal pathways to mobility. So making sure that this mobility migration is safe and secure, that it's done in a legal way, but making sure that there are policies in place that facilitate outgoing migrants from a certain country into another. But they are often bilateral agreements. Our sense for India is that you don't have to have a federal level agreement. So Kerala, the state of Kerala, could enter into an agreement with another country because of the size of the states, of course, in India. So something like a global skills partnership, I think, could be very helpful. Thank you.
Great, great. Any parting remarks, or anyone of you want to add? Yeah. Apil, can you?
Just very briefly, look, I truly believe that skills are the new global currency, and the mode of exchange obviously is through people and the skills that they have to offer. And this is not a very often used word in English, but I think it best sums up what skills are. Is they are fungible. Have you heard of that word? Fungible. It means they're interchangeable, and that's why I truly believe skills are like a currency. But the challenge, and this is a challenge out there for state policy actors, but also multilateral organizations as well, is what we haven't figured out yet is how we go from a global skilled currency and a mode of exchange that enables people to take those fungible skills and have almost like the equivalent of a skills passport that then is the facilitating mechanism. I mean, there are lots of brilliant initiatives, the formal bilateral partnerships. There's the UNESCO Global Skills Recognition that helps facilitate, particularly in the area of higher education. But wouldn't it be good if at the end of this century, we cracked this central challenge of giving people not just a passport that demonstrates their nationality and where they were born and where they hold their citizenship, but a global skills passport that ensures that the talent and the skills that different parts of the world need can attract those skills, whether that's virtually in the work anywhere digital nomad concept, or whether that is about outward or inward or circular migration in the future.
Yeah. Just to add on what Ms. Keiko was mentioning about global talent partnership, Arlo is working on talent partnership project between India and EU, and talent partnership between India and government of Canada. I mean, you know that Canada has agreed now, and India has also agreed to work on that. So I think that could be a good initiative. Just again, really dear Tom mentioned about the skills passport. Alo is working on it. We piloted it in Sri Lanka and Nepal, which is being led by the employers organization. And we wanted to work with the NSDC to really implement that also, so that if you have a skills passport, a digital passport, that's eventually our objective, that my credentials are put digitally, that can be utilized even if I go out of countries that are not having recognized my qualification, because it's there. So it's still a long way, but we are working on it. On the part of Southeast Asia, the Philippines, Thailand, and Vietnam are into it. So the only thing now is maybe if you can have a collaboration between South Asia and South Asia, then it's a big Asian mobility for workers. Over to you.
Thank you all. It was a great panel, and we ended up with a very optimistic view, with everyone clearly stating that this global mobility is to stay. The demand is there. It's not to be created. It's to be tapped. It's always available, and with the current macroeconomic and global socio-political system, we are all optimistic that something like a skill passport over and above the national passport, where people are valued and treated as currency, as Tom started off, like globalization started with the mobility of capital. I think the skill will start moving economies, people, and development together. And towards this collaboration and platforms will ensure. With that, I thank each and every one of you for this wonderful presentation and talking. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. It was indeed an enlightening session, and a lot of thanks for your time and effort. Ladies and gentlemen, as we close the curtains on the Skills Kerala Global Summit 2025, we must remember what we started here does not end here. We have seen vision, we have heard strategies, and we have beyond these walls. In classrooms, offices, factories, and global arenas where Kerala's youth will carry this mission forward. This conclave was not just an event, it was a declaration. A declaration that Kerala is ready to lead with skills, with innovation, and with courage. On behalf of the organizers, we extend heartfelt gratitude to all our speakers, partners, and participants, and to the youth of Kerala. Remember, the future does not arrive, it is built, and it will be built by you. Thank you, and let us carry the spirit forward into the future. Thank you once again. I request all the audience to move to venue 1 as we are shifting this location. I request everyone to please carry their luggage along with them. Thank you.
Thank you. If there's anyone who'd been waiting for some time, I apologize for the delay. Um, I know I don't have a lot of time, so I'm going to have to really rush through this, but I'm happy to talk afterwards if anyone has any questions. Just to talk, let me talk briefly about who I am and what I do. My name is Rukmini. I run a public platform called Data for India, which communicates data about India to a lay audience. Okay, so a little bit about why should we, what data is it that we look at and why should we look at this data? At Data for India, we largely look at data from large Indian household surveys. Sorry, it would be helpful if conversations could happen outside, please. It's a little distracting to talk when people are talking. Thank you. Okay. So at Data for India, we largely look at data from large Indian household surveys. Uh, you might wonder why we are looking at this data in particular. And there's a couple of key points I'd like to make. One is when people look at data that comes from the EPFO or from other payroll data, it misses a lot of what's going on in the informal sector. Uh, it also is the case that India does have good data, and we can talk a little bit more about how good this data is. But there are reasons that Indian data around employment is relatively good and is worth looking at. A lot of conversation around workers and the workforce happens using very unrealistic picture of Indian workers, and what we're hoping to do is to really bring back, center this conversation with a sense of who Indian workers really are. So that's all I intend to do over the next 10-12 minutes, which is talk about what does India's workforce really look like and a little bit about what Kerala's workforce looks like. So these are the three key themes that I intend to talk about, and I'll just get into them one by one. Um, Here, I'm just going to go through 5 or 6 key points about what India's workforce really looks like. Just to give you a couple of lines about the data, and then I won't repeat myself. This comes from large Indian household surveys. These are conducted by India's National Statistics Office. They conform to standards set by the ILO and others. They are representative. They cover millions of people across the country. So I'm not going to keep saying where the numbers come from, but this is their rough background. So first is if we just try and understand who is in India's workforce. And immediately what you see is that the majority of Indian men are in the workforce and primarily employed, while the majority of women are out of the labor force. These numbers differ by state and they have changed over time, but this is the overwhelming reality, especially when it comes to women in the workforce. And then when you try and look at what it is that people in the workforce, what sort of employment are they in? One of the things that we see is that salaried employment, although it has grown, remains a relatively small component. And self-employment between rural and urban is the majority form in which most Indian workers are employed. We also see this huge dominance of informality that remains in India's workforce. Here, we are not even talking about agriculture, we're talking only about non agricultural enterprises. But we still see that the dominant mode of employment is informal. The private formal sector that takes up so much of our thinking, conversation, media discourse, really is a very minor player relative to the large informal sector. None of this makes it less important or less aspirational, but it's just useful to put it into broad context. I think one important feature also is uh, what has happened with the transition away from agriculture. So we do know that agriculture contributes a declining share to overall value added, as happens across the world when countries industrialize. But the share of agriculture and employment, although it has fallen, still remains relatively large compared to other comparable countries. So, of course, we see this massive decline. The uptake in it has come much more from services than from industry, and we can talk about that a little bit more. So The definition of unemployment is something that I think, and I talked about it earlier in another session, but I'll repeat the point because I feel most people, including me, when I started looking at this data, don't realize what the definition of unemployment really is. And it's this. If you worked for 30 days, whether you got paid or not, by the way, if you worked for 30 days in the last 1 year, you come. You count as employed in India's labor statistics. There's another way of looking at it, which is current weekly status. If you work for 1 hour in the last week, you count as employed. Now, it's not a normative point whether this is a good or bad definition. It comes from the ILO, but I think it's useful to start by understanding what does employment mean. Even by that definition, we do see that unemployment is extremely high among the youth in particular, and it is relatively high among graduates. And when you put the two together, you see that graduate unemployment among young people who've just graduated, is extremely high, really at levels that should cause some concern about social cohesion, about impacts on democracy. This is particularly a concern for some states rather than the others. And you will see, for example, that Kerala and Goa have among India's highest unemployment rates. Now, this is quite easily explained by the demographic composition of the state. Kerala has among the highest rates of students completing graduation, among the highest rates of graduating students, and that drives up the high rate of unemployment. There are other factors, of course, and I know that unemployment has been discussed a lot over the last 2 days, but graduate unemployment really is one of the large factors driving up unemployment in some of the richer states. So that was just a broad look at what we know about basics of about how India works. I want to talk about another few points related to employment data that I don't think we pay enough attention to. One is, of course, about the low rates of labor force participation for women, although they have grown from how low they were in, say, 2017-18, so or the early 2010s. So we do see that in comparison to other countries, male labor force participation is high and at comparable rates with other countries. So if you see the yellow dot, they are all for men, and you see that the dot for Indian men compares quite well with other countries, but you see that for women it really stands out in being particularly low. And there's no great mystery about why it is that women are out of the labor force. This chart is for rural women, the one on the right, but it's the same for urban as well. The reason women are out of the workforce is because they are having to look after the house, because they are having to look after children and domestic responsibilities that remain disproportionately the role of women. Another point that I think we talk much too little about is what about women in the workforce? So much of the conversation is about getting more women into the workforce. But once they're in the workforce, are they getting the kind of jobs that we want or that we hope for as a country? So we see, for example, that in rural India in particular, but partly in urban as well, a large share of women are doing unpaid work, which means that they are workers on household farms or household shops in urban areas and are getting paid no wages. Now, this should really matter to our understanding of women's employment. It means there's no cash in hand. It means that the agency that should come to women as a result of work is not coming. The other aspect that I'd like to about is self-employment. Now, we see a lot of discourse that equates self-employment with entrepreneurship. So if you say growing self-employment, you see it as, the rise of maybe the startup economy or entrepreneurship. But what does self-employment in India really look like? And we see, for example, that if you think of self-employment as someone running a small business, now that's what I do is that the Indian story? Is that the most common story of self-employment? Very much not, because what I do falls into that purple line. And look how small it is. The share of people in self-employment who run organizations, who run companies that can hire another person, and this can be informal as well, not just formal, is extremely small. The vast share of self-employment is one person working for themselves. That's self-employment. And in the case of women, of course, as many women work for themselves as work for someone else in the household, but again with no wages. So that's again a reminder of what self-employment in India really looks like. It's also important to understand what salaried jobs look like. So I think salaried jobs for many people do not conform to our notions of what salaried jobs mean. So, if we think of salaried jobs as one having either an official contract, being eligible for paid leave, or having social security benefits, we see from the periodic labor force survey that a large share of this of salaried employment has very little to do with what we think of as salaried jobs. And finally, I just want to talk about a few other themes that have to do with work and the world of work. But these are indicators that are allied. They are not about work alone. They're about the broader structure that makes up the world of work. So I come from, I live in Chennai right now, and I think one clear issue that states, including Tamil Nadu and Kerala, have to confront is the question of demographics. By 2031, which is not that far away at all, Tamil Nadu will be India's oldest country with the oldest state, and the median age will be over 40. With Kerala not will be close to 40, with Kerala not far behind. There is a decadal gap in the median age between the poorest states and the richer states, and this gap has actually slightly grown because aging is happening much faster in the southern states than in others. So there are clear demographic issues that we have to confront. And the other issue we very clearly have to confront is, if we want workers, where are the workers in India now? By 20, even if you look at the line just by 2025 over there, you will see that the working age population is not growing in the southern states. It has already hit the point where it has stopped growing. And in fact, if you look at, there is a faint decline in the lines in the southern states, very faint. We'll see it more pronounced. The working age population continues to grow substantially in the northern states. Now, of course, this poses multiple challenges. The working age population in the northern states is not high skilled and is not highly educated. So it's not a direct replacement for jobs in the southern states. But if we want to think of things like a care economy that will become essential when we think of the previous slide and this one together, we have to think of where the working age population will come from. And let me make just one related point when it comes to the working age population. I think now, hopefully, the conversation around migration is maturing in some of the southern states where we're talking about, say, tolerating migration. I think it needs to move far beyond tolerating migration. This, just by tolerating migrants, we are not going to have enough workers in the southern states, and perhaps we need to have a really important and soul searching conversation about our attitudes to migration in the southern states. I'm going to end with a couple of slides around skills and access to technology, because one of the elephants in the room always nowadays is about the role that AI is going to play in the jobs of the future. And I think when we talk about being an AI ready country, we need to think about the current state. So again, I have no prescriptions, but I think we should all just be more realistic about the current state of skills. And the current state of skills is that 1 in 5 women does not use her own phone. And for both men and no, for women, many more women use a shared phone. But even for men, that number is quite high. So exclusive usage of a phone is not universal by any means at all. Usage of computers, or the ability to use a computer, is extremely low. Now, I think in the last 5 years, we have all become so transfixed by the uptake of phones that we've stopped thinking about computers, right? You think that people do everything on their phones. Do they really need a computer? But if we are talking about the kind of skills that we're talking about for the future, these are not activities that can be done on the phone, and I'll talk about them in a minute. The share of Indian adults who are able to use a computer is extremely low, and it has hardly grown in the last 5 years that we looked at the data. Of course, it is much higher in richer states, including Kerala. Excuse me. This has to do partly by ownership of computers, which is extremely low and again is flat. It has not grown at all in India. So the share of Indian households who own a computer is in the single digits. And again, it has barely grown over the last 5 years. It is much lower than comparable countries and probably much lower than where we would want it to be. So just the previous presentation, the previous panel discussion, one of the skills that one of the presenters was talking about was essential for maritime and logistics was the ability to use a spreadsheet or do Excel. So I've just pulled out ICT skills by state and I've looked at just that one, the ability to use basic arithmetic formula in a spreadsheet. And again, it's in the single digits in most Indian states. It's a little higher in the southern states, but it's extremely low right now. So we are talking about a very small base currently. Even among, particularly when we look at very high, high-end skills. So I'm not saying that the ability to write a line of code is a universal skill, but it's much lower again in India than it should be and than it is in comparable countries. So just to sum up what this presentation was about, let's be more realistic about what our workforce really looks like and how Indians actually work. And when we think about policy or discussion, let's talk about the workforce we actually have rather than the one that we're picturing. Sure, there's a workforce we can aspire to, but let's acknowledge the huge gaps between where we are and where we'd like to get to. As I mentioned, the public platform I run is called Data for India, and all of these chats are there. Please feel free to reach out to me if you have any questions, and including if there is data in particular that you'd like to see. I think we're short on time and shouldn't do questions. What do you think? Is that, I mean, there's very few of you, but if someone has a question, I'd be happy to take it. If not, we can all go and have a cup of tea. Sure. Thank you. That's a great question. The question was, we know where we are right now. What can we do to improve things? For example, with ICT skills, what could we do for the next 3 years? Now, these, of course, have to be cascading steps. You have to start by getting every child into primary school. They have to remain in secondary school. They have to get to high school. Then simultaneously, you need to be doing tech skills. You need to be ensuring equitable access. We really need to think about why device usage has not gone far enough. The chart I shared was about people who owned laptops or computers, but the difference, even people who can use it, is not that much higher. So it is very much that if you own a laptop, you're able to use it. If you don't, you're not. So we do need to think more strongly about why we've not been able to put more laptops or computers. Maybe we've not made it seem important enough. I really do think we've allowed phones to derail the ICT conversation in some respects. So I think southern states already have that first mover advantage of having got the education and the higher education GER kick-started. The focus needs to be much more specifically on ICT skills that are industry related. But then I think there also just needs to be greater focus on digital and data literacy for themselves, as skills for themselves, which are not purely tied to skills and to work, but also skills that are going to be important for people to just participate in this new economy. So yeah, a combination of, I think, education and thinking better about device ownership and usage. Okay. Okay, well, thank you. If there aren't any more questions, I can wrap that up. Thank you.
So on behalf of everyone present here, thank you so much for the wonderful section, ma'am. Then thank you so much. And thank you, Sakusha, for everyone who has been here. So നമ്മുടെ എല്ലാവരും venue 1 week ഈ ഒരു time gather ചെയ്യേണ്ടതാണ്. And thank you so much.